Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip these. They letting I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends Legends in South Asia. It's me, Madness, alongside Hades for the first game over here, guys. And we have a couple of series coming up. This is week 5, day 3, essentially, over here. We had to start late because one of the players had a problem with their client, so sorry about starting it off a bit late. But I think we're going to have some exciting League of Legends actions. The team that you had seen yesterday, Poro, in good fashion, will also be competing in today's matchup. And like Hades saying, they show good form, but they are against a mammoth of a team, right? Kakao Gaming is nothing to joke about because they are currently second in the table. They've only dropped games to SETL Esports in Legends Ascent. Other than that, they've had a pretty dominant showing.
Yeah, and I think like obviously the odds are stacked up against them, as you can see on the table here. As SETL currently undefeated in this tournament, have claimed the #1 spot for themselves. Kakao Gaming, having dropped, lost only one game, sits very comfortably in the second position. Revenants having already secured their third place, and still that battle for the fourth place seems to be a little bit of the real thing. But yeah, I mean, so far, if Poro Patrol, I think that they have the caliber of players to cause an upset, but they're going to have to play out of their minds if they want to beat Kakao in their current form.
Yeah, definitely. And just talking about what these players are playing for, that's the 10 lakh INR prize pool. And for the first place, a spot at the LCP wildcard playoffs. A chance to compete on the international stage against the best of the best teams. And that's what a lot of people are eyeing for. And yeah, like you said, the fourth place is the one that's highly contested between a lot of these teams. Right now, you can see that the point difference between 4th to 7th is not that much difference. Even Poro Patrol is just 1 point, I think, behind Syndicate, who are sitting at the 9 points at that 4th place. So it's going to be an interesting matchup to see how it continues on. And yeah, this series definitely matters. And they have, I think, one more after this. But about how we got to this place, Qualifier 1 was between April 27th to May 11th. Qualifier 2 was May 12th to May 25th. Qualifier 3, May 26th to June 8th. 3 teams from each quarter, 3 into 3. That's your 9 teams that compete in that league stage that was between June 13th to July 28th. So the last week of league stage is next week, after which the playoffs will begin at July 25th to August 3rd.
Yeah, and it's all going to be fighting for that, fourth spot in the playoffs, as essentially 3 teams have pretty much already locked in their playoff spot. So as you can see here on the screen, it's 9 teams round robin during the league stage, which is now over. And the top 4, well, at least almost over. And now very soon the top 4 will be battling out in a double elimination series. And it's going to be full fearless draft. It means all these teams have to dig deep into their champion pools, come up with drafts, maybe also some curveballs, and hope that they kind of work and stick for them in this tournament madness.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. In the full fairness draft, make sure that champion pools get pinched quite a bit if you head into like the third game in the best of three. And we've seen it from time to time again. Sometimes teams are falling just due to that. But talking about today's schedule, first game we have talked about, it's Kakao Gaming versus Poro Patrol in the best of three. And then after that's Revenants, the team that's at the third place against the team that's at the bottom, Jettfire's Dojo, who unfortunately has not built up too many points. I think they only have 2 points to the name, while Revenants have that mammoth of a lead. So Revenants are, I think, in a pretty safe spot to secure where they are, as well as Kakao Gaming. But Poro Patrol does have a chance to get to that fourth place, and they have to prove it today in today's series, because this is one of the toughest ones that they will be facing. Not sure about the next matchup that they have, but here is essential that at least get a game or try even make the series, because they are known as a team that can come back in tough situations against tough opponents. But Kakao has not let anybody step past them except SA2L Esports until now. So let's see what kind of domination they have in mind and what kind of drafts these two teams are going to come up with.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a lot of action happening on the bot side of the map and in the mid lane, even the top lane. I think jungle is also going to be like very interesting. I feel like both junglers have this kind of support their team kind of play style instead of trying to take on the full solo carry responsibilities. So like I said, the draft is going to be super important, and every game is important because this is a point system you're playing for. So if I were Poro Patrol, I would definitely look to bring my A game and try to, cause an upset in this series, as they are the underdog. So we're jumping into draft. You can already see Aatrox taken off the board, and he's probably going to be answered by something like maybe an Olaf that we see regularly being banned against, some of these top laners in the region. We might see Gwen's being taken off the board. Let's see what they want to proceed with.
And good news for everyone who's watching, our LMH is back, so you have that nice UI, the Summoner's Rift in the background, all the team members' names as well. You can see everything with their happy faces coming in. The Elise ban comes in. Very interesting. It looks like Dead Corporal might be taking on the mid role today. It's one of the roles that he doesn't perform the best compared to what his top and jungle is, at least. The Corky ban against the Invoker on the boss side. I'm not sure what kind of roles they're going on. We have one guy missing on the right side. I don't know if that's a bug or they're trying to play 4v5, because remember, one guy was having problems coming. That was Jazz is bot, so we'll have to see. And obviously the Kled ban against Copy makes complete sense. I don't think this man is ever going to be allowed to play this champion in this competition or any further ones. And Kled rework is coming up. Let's see what that actually entails for Copy at the end of the day. But Draven also gets banned out. Invoker really would like the Tristana. I would have liked the Tristana ban over the Draven ban, just because of how Invoker likes those champions. But Copy picks up his signature Jax.
If the Garen would be the answer, that would be epic, man. Garen's actually a relatively good matchup against Jax in the early to mid game, but it all depends on how the lanes kind of play out. But obviously Jax being one of those problems in the late game can prove to be one of those scaling problems that's going to be at the back of Poro Patrol's minds, as they do lock in the Garen actually, and also a Hui, which could potentially go support. It could go mid lane, so a little bit of a flexible pick here. And Lee Sin is going to be the jungle pickup, so already a very aggressive early draft around the top side of the map here for the side of Kakao Gaming. Let's see how they want to kind of round out. Maybe look to try to pick up their ADC or support, and they choose to go with the Xayah. But now this means that they might be able to deny the Xayah Rakan themselves by maybe taking the Rakan away instead of wasting a ban on it.
True, it's not a bad strategy. Take the Rakan away, prevent it from further as well. But let's just see how Poro Patrol actually want to continue with that. Lee Sin getting locked in, that's definitely going with Vortex in the jungle. He's one of the few players who actually likes to play it alongside Broken Blade in the South Asian region. There comes the Pantheon lock in. I don't know who is going to be piloting. Like I said, a bit of a flexible pick. Can be support, can be jungle, can be top in very rare cases, but it depends on how you want to play. But second piece of banning begins. It can be mid as well, but Rakan was not taken. Rakan is still open for the pickings for Kakao. Let's see if they want to pick up that, or Poro Patrol will ban it out. The Nautilus instead coming out as the ban for Poro Patrol sides. Let's see what Kakao want to carry on with.
Yeah, they take away the Smolder, so to prevent one of those hyper-scaling late game parries. We might even see something like a Jinx being banned last by Kakao Gaming. And Poro Patrol, you definitely want to take the Rakan away since you're not looking to pick up that pick for yourself. Don't give them the combo, just don't give them any chances. Instead of what? Oh no! Is that a misclick?
No, I don't think it's a misclick. I think they wanted to go Leona. I don't know what they are thinking about it going on here, but it's definitely the Leona ban that comes out from them at the end. The Rakan is still open for the taking. The fourth spot, they can even pick up the ADC mark. I don't know if it's still a 4v5, guys. We don't have confirmation as of yet of what is happening here. But the Aurora ban comes in. I don't think that was necessary, because I don't think many of their players do end up playing this champion. So maybe just if Kakao Gaming taking it on the relaxed side, just having fun with it.
Yeah, well, I think Aurora has just been traditionally very strong, even in the current meta, and Venom seems to be one of those players who plays mages to, quite a successful margin, and he picks up a Malzahar for himself, which means this way is going to be actually going support, and we will see the Pantheon going towards the jungle. Not a very big fan of the Malzahar pick. I mean, it can work, but it just, like that, there are so many other champions that provide way better utility than just that constant lane shoving and then look to roam. Like there's Lysandras, there's like Orianas that you can pair together with like this Pantheon, like so many other picks. But even Mel would have been like a really good pick into this, to prevent some of the projectiles that will be flying, and it wasn't even banned against him, so I'm not sure why they're choosing to go with this Malzahar pick. Makes their draft very kind of single target focused when I look at it. And let's just talk about this Caitlyn and is it a Caitlyn mid lane? I don't know what to think. Like, is Lee Sin support? Yeah, and Ziggs mid lane or Ziggs AD carry? Yeah, Ziggs AD carry Lee Sin. I don't know. I don't know. And but it looks like they've opted to, I guess, play this 4v5 madness.
Yeah, I think that's why you can see Kakao's Gaming's draft being exactly like that. They have been having a bit of fun because it is 5v4. Unfortunately, Jezbot could not join us for the first game. At least, hopefully, by the second game, he will be there. But that's why you can see the Garen picks coming out. That's why you don't see much of an ADC on the side of Poro Patrol. They've gone for the picks they have gone for because Invoker has to play safe on the bot side, just trying to get in as much as he can. Venom, like you said, I would have maybe liked the Mel, but maybe they want to leave that pick for a certain matchup where they are 5 men strong and they want to keep their picks for that, because this is fearless draft, guys. Anything you pick won't be allowed in game 2 and game 3 onwards. Yeah. So maybe that's the strategy that they have adopted, just because they are 4v5 right now. And honestly, we can't even talk that much more about the draft, but just because of ban numbers, and we don't say this quite often, I think Kakao Gaming have the complete edge here.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is just gonna be kind of like a warm-up game for both teams, I feel like. I think that Poro Patrol already know that they have they are Doctor Strange, and they have seen, into the future, and there's only the 0.000000001% chance that they win this game, but they'll take it. I have a feeling they will take it. They just, try to have fun, maybe try to stall out for as long as they can to give whoever their disconnected buddy is enough time to get back online again. But yeah, let's just see some. I think they're just gonna absolutely steamroll Poro Patrol. I mean, it's okay. It happens. It is what it is at the end of the day, madness. And like there's not really much we can talk really about this draft, save for the fact that they have a Garen, a Pantheon, and 2 mages. So without really any significant AD threat. So I don't see anything going in their favor. Not the laning phase, not objectives, not tempo. Nothing is going to go in their favor. And it is the harsh reality of the world that we live in, madness.
It is definitely that, and that's why you can see that they picked up champions that they have not picked at all during Legends Ascent so far on their own
Yeah.
sides, and that's why that you'll have that much more easier impact later on in your second game moving forward. But yeah, because we can't talk so much about the draft because it is a bit unfair because it is 5v4. Let's talk a bit about how Poro Patrol performed yesterday, right? They had a good matchup against RPG, the other Bangladeshi team in Legends Ascent. They won the series out 2-0, and I think we had dominating performances by both Venom and Invoker in that series.
Oh yeah, like they were both kind of just fighting for that MVP spot. I feel like with how they were performing on their respective champions. You know what would have been like super interesting? What if instead of them just banning champions, they didn't ban any champions and then just picked like whatever? Because then like that would help also their pool as well. Because I was Kakao Gaming aware that it's going to be a 4v5. I do believe so, because when they started the game, there was only 9 players.
Yeah, there, must be only 9 there. Yeah, they have to be aware of it. Maybe that's actually not a bad point. They could have actually gone for that strategy of just not banning anything. Maybe Copy just for fun takes his clear, and now you don't have to waste a ban on that anytime further going on into this. And now you don't actually have to waste a ban on the Jax that also does warrant it sometimes. Jax gets picked up by Copy. Copy, I think, was taking it seriously, maybe just blasting that heavy metal music in his ears and just not paying attention to how drafting is going and just having fun with it. But yeah, it comes back out, and yeah, that would have been something nice to adapt to. But yeah, unfortunately, Poro Patrol without Jazz's bot, who unfortunately I think did have an HDD issue yesterday. That's why he had to reinstall the game, and that's why it's taking quite some time for him to come back online with this. So that's the kind of problem that he is facing. But after that, I think they will be kind of strong. Then you'll see the proper picks coming out from Poro Patrol, and then I think they're just trying to bear through this game one. Because I think they would have either way, if they don't play it, they give up the game, forfeit game, and I think they just want to play it, maybe get their hands warm or something like that. Like you said, a bit of a warm-up game for both sides going into this. So I think that's the best alternative. And you give even more time for Jazz's bot to come back into the game.
Yeah, and I guess they wouldn't have really thought about it like from a coaching staff perspective, because I was just thinking, hey, we know we're going to lose this, right? I mean, you do understand that there's a very, very, very slim window for you to try to win a game, this 4v5. But yeah, the stacks are against them. Would have been nice if they just left everything open. But yeah, let's see, Madness, what happens. I suspect it's going to be a smooth sailing, like maybe pre-25-minute win for the side of KKG here.
I am honestly worried for Invoker in the bot side, because I'm pretty sure he's going to be bringing the Hue. They're 1v2ing in that lane, so that might be a tough time for him, because honestly don't know how much he can keep up with the pressure he'll play, because he is playing against a really good ADC. He's playing against Sam of all people with Love to. So the Kakao Gaming have most of their actual roster as well, so they are coming full force. They were expecting a huge fight coming into this, but unfortunately going to be facing a weakened Poro Patrol, given that they're that one man down. And yeah, maybe they will also want to try and end it off faster, maybe try and keep less time wasted on a game that they pretty much are guaranteed to win just because of man number advantages.
Yeah, and very soon we will be jumping into the Rift. I mean, this game essentially can just be treated. I mean, if I was Poro Patrol, I wouldn't try to, just let this get to me. I'd keep my mental strong and understand that this is potentially, well, not potentially, but almost 100% going to be a loss for them. And instead look to try to just, look ahead and maybe try to read the style of gameplay the Kakao Gaming are bringing to the table. Yes, they are still at a numbers advantage. They're handicapped. And guys, if you want to start GoFundMe to buy a new HDD for players who have to suffer the same fate, you can do that. And also make sure to follow us on socials as well. Any shout outs on the chat will also be really useful. So share the links around with your friends, get them to tune in. Would have liked to see some, come like Timo and Singed and, these types of, like funny champions in a match like this. It would have been really fun to cast as well, Madness. But yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to be getting any of that. And instead, do you think that, Poro Patrol are just going to like try their darn hardest to try to just drag this game for as long as possible?
I think they will, just to allow Jazzbot to come back online and help with them and over there. But yeah, this is a tough battle for them. I don't think they're coming to this game one, at least with much expectations of what might happen. And guys, I think we still have another bit of a problem, so we're going to take a very short break before we jump into the action.
Don't go anywhere.
Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. They letting I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, on grind. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Guys, sorry for that short delay. We are back with Legends in South Asians. We banned us alongside Hades. We are very shortly about to jump into game number 1, which unfortunately is a 5v4. Only 4 members of Poro Patrol will be on the Rift at least for game 1. That does warrant some of the picks that Kakao Gaming has gone for. They have 2 ADCs, albeit over there with a Caitlyn and a Zaya. But without any further ado, guys, this is game 1. We're jumping right into the midst of this. We are jumping in at the 3-minute mark where Terex has come top and got the kill onto Poppy. And I think we're showing it wrong because Poppy died, but it's showing Kakao Gaming has got 1 kill. I don't understand how this is working out. I think Copy had got 1 kill beforehand. It should be 1:1. Vortex just about survives against
Invoker wins this,
but comes back in. Invoker will definitely win that. I think they're just having a couple of bits of fun over here. And as you can see, like I predicted, Invoker is going to be the only guy on the bot side while everybody else is doing their relatively same roles. So let's see how well Invoker can last. His CS numbers are not looking the best, but that's pretty much expected. He's facing against a Caitlyn and a Ziggs. That amount of damage, amount of poke will be deterring him from actually doing anything.
Yeah, but this means that Harry is only on 13 CS, but he has a kill. Picks up an item and is probably gonna teleport back to the lane and gonna get poked out here by this Ziggs and Caitlyn. Oh, just what's a toxic lane to have to deal with, but not too bad, bro. If I'm Poro Patrol, I'm happy with being 2-1 or 1 up on kills at 4 minutes into the game. Obviously, this is just going to be an absolute clown fiesta, I'm sure. But yeah, recall already channeled there. You can see Love 2 just going back to base. Invade?
Dead Corporal's gone mid-side with the Zaya, right, against the Malzahar that we didn't say will be doing too much. I think Venom is also keeping some of his picks for himself. Dead Corporal picks up a plate. It looks like an invade is happening onto Vortex over here. Jax is making his way from the top side. The blue buff gets smited away by Terex. Terex picks that up. Dead Corporal's here on the side, but it's basically a 3v3. Not much can be happening, but fights are still breaking out. They're going to jump onto Jun instead. The Garen has to be a bit careful about how he wants to be piloting this. Terex comes in for the play. Dead Corporals come from the side. The Feathers come in. The pullback doesn't get any stuns. Terex also going low. They're all getting pushed into this bad period. Jun tries to get away. Jun ends up dying to the hands of Vortex. Pantheon with the shield trying to block as much as he can. Venom left alone. Venom ends up going down to the leap strike from the Jax, and that's Terex on the side being killed by Vortex instead. Feats of Warfare picked up by Kakao Gaming.
Yep, 5 minutes in, Feats of Warfare picked up. Why the hell not? It's a 4v5. We can afford to do that. Let's also try to quill this head. I was going to say they're just bullying the poor Pantheon out of his jungle. Not letting him even take his own buffs. This is cruel. It's a bannable offense, so call the lawyers, call an ambulance, but not for me, Madness.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty good top side as well. Copy, after picking up 2 kills, will be pretty strong after his next back. Until then, still almost on equal footing with the Garen, who's slightly up in terms of CS. Now, mid-side, Venom up. It's going to be obvious with the Malzahar, but Jun looks to be doing for proxy instead, and that's where Vortex is coming in from the side. Vortex might be meeting this Garen over here. Copy is going to follow suit as well. You can see on the top side of the map, Shun going to get locked up with the counter strike. Doesn't have a flash available to him. He does have the level 6 though. He's trying to spin to win, but no, Vortex picks up the kill. No, but Shun gets the trade. He gets the shutdown onto the Jax, who did have Ignite. If maybe had ignited Garen beforehand, he could have survived. The flash pullback with the feathers almost gets Dead Corporal the kill onto Malzahar, but a nicely timed ultimate from him prevents that from happening. Terex comes around the corner, picks up the kill for himself, and now it looks like we're in a fine bout of fighting. Even though they are 4v5, they are not playing on that backhand. They are fighting as much as they can. I think the only one who's suffering the most is Invoker on this bot side.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he needs to just use all his spells, get as many minions as he can, and recall and come back again. He's up against a Ziggs and a Caitlyn. That turret is going to fall, and they're probably going to rotate this Ziggs into the mid lane, into the top lane, use that E ability to try to siege down the turrets, but hold it out. Now Copy is going in an aggressive trade. He knows that Zun doesn't have his ultimate, and Jax does win that. because he knew that that the Garen does not have the Damascene Justice, cannot bring down a giant sword on top of Jackson's head, and he wins those. And he's going to pick up maybe 2 turret plates for himself here as well.
Yeah, and Jun not respecting. He didn't even burn Flash to try and maybe get away from the counter-strike. And yeah, Pace with this life now, it's Copy the one who's trying to proxy the wave a bit more over there. Venom has to be a bit careful. The pull back on the feathers from Dead Corporal, not hitting the target that he wanted to, or at least not getting 3 feathers to pass through and get that lock into place. Terex coming from this side. Dead Corporal has to be careful. His ultimate is still not on the line. This should be a very dead Zaya, but here comes Vortex to try and prevent any of that. Kick pushes Pantheon away. Venom almost goes down for the flash engage by the Lee Sin, but Lee Sin jumps away to Zaya, and actually no casualties in that fight. Vortex might want to come back in, get this wave pushed in, because Venom has to be careful playing against the Lee Sin over here, but from around the corner, here comes Garen. He's giving up a huge wave topside for this roam, and that might pay a lot in terms of gold that he can acquire. He's already died 4 times to the side of Kakao.
Boom. First turret down. And it's only 85 minutes. Spiraling Despair right on the Caitlyn to try to dissuade them from going any further, but it's not really going to do much. The poke is too good. The flash forward ultimate copy kills Zun under his own turret and lives. Yeah, and Love 2 just throws a Mega Inferno Bomb. Allahu Akbar, but it doesn't hit anyone. I'm not sure where he was aiming with that, but that's okay. Maybe he just wanted to steal the cannon minion. In comes Pantheon, and is actually able to get the kill with the Q there at the very end. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a bloodbath, and we're not even 10 minutes into the game. It's 7 kills to Kakao Gaming, and that's 5 to Poro Patrol, who are, by the way, playing a 4v5 if you just tuned in. So yeah, numbers don't lie.
The reason they're playing a 4v5 is because one of the players was not available, the other sub was also not available. So I think Jazzbot will be available game 2 onwards, but at least game 1, yes, they are playing 4v5. They've left Invoker to himself on the bot side without any support, so he's been playing that way instead. Try and get as much CS he can from a distance. Is around 20 CS down. Sam has swapped up to the top side with Love to Into, and this is because grubs are there for their taking, and that's exactly what Lee Sin and Go are doing right now. Dead Corporal comes in, puts a nice ward over that side. Jun's come to see what's happening, comes in, sees there are too many people for him to deal with, goes back to his merry way to the top side, maybe even goes for a switch in lane because it's Invoker who's top right here. Vortex is marching up as well. Maybe tries to land onto Invoker. The Q does land, but this Q2 doesn't come through. He doesn't actually pursue. The Lee Sin syndrome does not come out on top today. We are at a heavy pace. Drake has not been picked up. I would have expected Kakao, with the pressure they have, to even go for an early Drake. Terex gonna lock up Vortex over here on this side. Vortex has to ward jump to get to some safety. Love 2 is gonna come to allow some more retreat for this Lee Sin, but Terex is not done. He's marching forward. It's a headshot and a net for his problem. The flash forward on to the Ziggs, and he flashes into getting his W to get away, but the Knight was sticking away onto the little Yordle, and that's gonna be a dead Ziggs. In the meantime, Copy does end up picking the Ocean Drake for his team.
Yeah, and this gives Zaya just some avenue in the mid lane, push the lane out of the turret, deny the wave, and a very good insect there by Vortex. Gonna land the second part of his Q, and this time he doesn't miss those. Sap's having to maybe use his barrier to keep himself alive. He should be okay. Lee Sin is going to be a bit of a menace, but a well-timed E means that he is going to survive. But Ace in the Hole is there to secure the kill, and yeah, you can see this numbers advantage, just being a little bit too much, but Poro Patrol not going down without a fight. They came in swinging, and they are going to get out of this game also swinging. Love 2 just seems to really be attracted to turrets this game. That's, I think, his 4th or 5th turret shot that he just walks in and takes one for free. Dead Corporal decided, I'm also going to do a Love 2 cosplay and do that myself. Take a turret hit in the mid lane. Ooh, here comes Invoker. He's a fast boy. He does have Spiraling Despair at his... No, he doesn't have it yet. But he does have enough of spells to maybe try to snipe down Dead Corporal if he's not careful and doesn't respect the sway damage. Well, he's going to pick up a plate here at the back end of that, so Invoker be okay with taking that. Looking at the CS numbers, you can see Blackfire Torch also completed on this Malzahar now, who is on 97, scoreline 1-1. The Zaya is also, completed Essence Reaver, completed first items basically almost across the board except for the support player. On the side of Kakao Gaming. and only 2 members on the side of POP have completed their first pack. But now you can see Hui has got his Blackfire torch as well. They're lighting the fires for madness. They have their torches ready. They're not going to
They
give up
do
without a fight.
is They are not. They've already got 6 kills to themselves. Jun against Dead Corporal top side. This is not a battle you want to be taking. If the feathers had been pulled back just a second earlier, it could have been spelling disaster. Dead Corporal is going further on, but the ultimate comes in. The Master Justice from the Garen, but it doesn't allow the execute on to Dead Corporal. Dead Corporal picks up that solo kill for himself. Again, Jun on the top side. Remember, he is on the same leveling. He is going to be dealing a lot more damage. He has the Essence Reaver completed as well, while the Shidebreaker is not gone for the Garen. But here comes the Pantheon from the heavens. That's going to be the ultimate landing onto Love 2. You can jump and hop away, but that's going to be an exploding Ziggs over there. Here comes the ultimate from the Malzahar, but you're taking quite a bit of damage from the Caitlyn. You have to be mindful of that. But Vortex also ends up dying alongside the Malzahar trade in value. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Port Patrol after that exchange.
Yep, and also, top side pressure, bot side pressure. Oh! Zun? Oh! Is able to get Dead Corporal to burn his flash. He does not have flash to really do anything. Doesn't have phase rush either to kind of land a combo and stick on top of this Zaya who's on 2 levels ahead. Just gives him a thumbs up and just running away. He's going to throw some feathers at him now. Baits out the W. I'm not sure you wanted to do that until you were in melee range, but it's okay. You're just having fun at this point. And despite there being a goal lead of more than 10,000, not 10,500, very soon to be 600 and 700 in their favor when the start eventually does fall. It just goes to show that, POP are capable of playing this very bloody playstyle and can go head-to-head, even in a 4v5 against one of the best teams in this tournament. So props to them. I'm enjoying what they're doing. They're not being okay with being bullied. They are being like, we will bully you back. We will take down some of our members. And now Vortex, is he going to get baited in?
They are definitely standing for themselves. And they trying to go in, but there's a lot of damage coming back into him. Copy has to run for the hills, go over here. Vortex comes back in. A nice kick, gets a 3-man kick over there, basically throwing Invoker into the rest of his team. But now Vortex is on the other side. He's on the wrong side of the map. Where will this Lee Sin be going? He's trying to make his way all the way to Copy, but Venom's taking quite a few hits. The headshot comes in. Sam picks up the kill. Derex has to be careful. He's going to walk into the trap. Nicely placed by Sam on the backside. Vortex is still well and alive, and he's allowed his team to pick up even 2 more kills after everyone was trying to chase him and turned a blind eye to the damage that Love 2 and Sam were putting out.
Yeah, I think Venom and T-Rex, they're just not respecting the damage that's coming out of this 302 Caitlyn, who has a collector, and is a problem at this stage of the game. They have 2 ADCs who can just stand behind like a Lee Sin, and Jack's also in the side lane, and also Ziggs to just keep poking them away. So it's going to be so hard to engage onto these champions without ultimates up and available.
It is exactly like that. But oh, here comes the ultimate from Invoker. Lands onto Sam. He has to flash away, but Jun is following suit. He had flashed earlier on. He dodges it. Here comes the Pantheon from the heavens. But the Massive Justice from Garen will get the shutdown of Sam. The goal going in the pockets of Jun over there. But in the meantime, Drake, unfortunately, will be going over to the side of Kakao Gaming. They pick up their second Drake of the game, a Hextech Drake, albeit they have complete domination of all jungle objectives. The flash was used by Invoker right here to get away from this exchange, but Vortex flash forward with the Q does connect with the E, gets the kill, but now he might be in a bit of a tough spot, but no, kicks Jun back into the rest of his own team. That's going to be a dead Garen as well. Copy is going to get out after the Ignite is sticking onto him. A nice play coming in from the Lee Sin, and yet another 2-for-0 in favor of Kakao Gaming. And this is where definitely the numbers advantage are going to start to creep up onto Poro Patrol. They have been putting up a good amount of fight, but they are down so much gold right now. Around 15k gold at the 17-minute mark. It's almost a gold difference per minute, 1k gold difference per minute, and that's a huge amount of numbers and hard to come back from.
Yeah, I mean it's at this point. I mean they already had a feeling that this game is going to be done really soon. I don't suspect it's going to go any longer, but are we going to see a dancing Rift Herald? That's what I would like to actually see. If they could play this clean enough to close this game off, with a clean ace and a dancing Shelly, that would be ice cream on the topping, or rather ice cream as topping. Wait, I can't analogy right now. But anyways, Invoker,
Cherry on the cake.
yeah. Invoker surprisingly, doing not bad despite he's 2-2. He has the best goal line on his team right now. And he was the one who is in the 2v1 lane. So like props to him. He seems to be a very good way player. Okay, and now Dead Corporal is marching forward. I'm gonna throw feathers at you. But here comes the Lee Sin, is gonna get hit by the ultimate and burst down and killed. Spiraling Despair, definitely giving the blind man reasons to want to perhaps invest in some vision technology. But that doesn't mean the pressure is gonna cease. Okay, Malzahar is gonna have a staring contest here with Dead Corporal, and Love2's ultimate is gonna whiff. And so does the ace in the hole, who is blocked by his teammate, Pantheon there to keep his mid laner alive. And of course, Malzahar does win staring contests. If you are familiar with League of Legends lore, if you go into a staring contest with this champion, you will probably end up being suppressed and ganked by the rest of his team most of the time.
Yeah, and I think that was a nice try from Terex the flash forward to lock in onto Dead Corporal, but that's exactly when the Feather Fly came out. He survived. The tier 3 mid side is going to fall down over here. Copy is going to come in, gets the stun. 3-man stun with the flash E over there, or E flash, however you want to put it, but he's taking quite a bit of damage. You don't have that much magic resist. You're going to burn down fairly easy, and Copy's gone for a very interesting build here. He's gone for the Blade of the Rookie, plus the Ravenous Hydra as well. So he's trying to just go complete lifesteal bid as well. Maybe now he'll be investing into a Wit's End to prevent more damage coming into him from the hands of Invoker and Venom, because it's Invoker who's giving out most of it. Shelly has come here. I don't think we get to see him dance because he's at low HP margin. That's Shelly who ends up going down. But yeah, Poro Patrol are fighting for their lives in their base. At least in a 4v5, they haven't given over the quickest game of the tournament, which would go to the hands of SA2L, where they picked up a game pre-20 minutes. So Poro Patrol really fighting back nicely over here. Like you said, Invoker doing fancy for himself, given that he was the guy solo on the bot side. He's 3-2-2. His CS is not looking that bad in kind of numbers, but everything else is looking fine and dandy. I think this is a problem. Xayah was trying to get a bit fancy with it, but it's a big sword to the face for troubles.
Yeah, no, she was just like, hey, look, okay, my team is taking objectives. Our jungle belongs to you. Your base belongs to us. I'm going to give you a free kill just to show that I am a generous and caring and kind person. So to all Wastayan lovers there, people who love your Xayahs and your Rakans, giving the enemy top laner a free kill once in a while is allowed, but is a bannable offense in several different countries. Don't do it in your rank games. But maybe in some customs. But as you say that, Jax just goes in, gets feared, gets altered, rooted in place, and exploded. And in comes a flash E from Vortex, beautifully able to execute on that, but does also takes the Lee Syndrome back into giving Invoker a double kill, but they are going to lose their inhibitor for that. So, I mean, they are fighting back tooth and nail to try to hold on to some semblance of control in this game. But you can see that the bullying is never ending. And as I say that, Pantheon has deployed himself into the air on top of a minion wave. Go.
He has exactly done that. We have seen a good couple of kicks coming in from Vortex from time to time in this matchup. Even got that 3-man knockup that he get gone for. So we know that his Lee Sin is something that he can actually pull out in future matchups as well. Because he sometimes fills as the ADC, sometimes fills as the jungle for Kakao Gaming, playing more of the substitute role for himself. But now Venom and Co are trying to fight back as you can. Invoker doing a fantastic job of being 5-2-2, given how bloody these fights are, being the only one with a positive KD at this point. His CS numbers aren't even that bad for a man who was pretty much 2v1ing the bot side for so long. And now he's even picking up even more numbers if Malzahar will let him. But Malzahar has other ideas. The Blackfire was completed for the wave, plus the Liandry's, plus it looks like maybe even Revenants to follow suit as well. A amount of damage coming out. Oh, he's going to eat the entire Ziggs ultimate to the face, but it doesn't take that much of damage. Here comes the ace in the hole as well, but blocked by Terex nicely with that shield. It looks like Kakao Gaming are coming in for the end. No, The Despair not connecting, but Vortex is going to go very deep here. Vortex ends up dying. That was a bit of a Lee syndrome over there. But turrets are falling. You can't prevent turrets from going down. Jules trying to do everything he can. Invoker and Tex are trying to follow suit. But Karen is forced to flash away from Sam. But Sam has the last laugh with getting the kill onto him. They are whittling down onto this Nexus. Terex comes in. The flash gets matched by Love2 to get out of that exchange. And now Terex can't even do much from that range. You can see the way trying to go as for mini snipes, but the Nexus has 0 HP. That's plus 50 in the pockets of Kakao Gaming. That's Kakao Gaming taking game 1 in this best of 3 against a 4-man Poro Patrol.
Yeah, it was from Poro Patrol to please buy our support player a new HDD. But I mean, the tale of this game was just basically both teams kind of identifying that this is just going to be something that's just a warm-up game. I don't think either of them were taking it a bit too seriously, but some of some very good picks already just, haven't been just used here. The Pantheon is essentially a denial pick as well because it's such a strong jungler. Now there's, no room for any type of Malzahar or Hui picks from the side of Kakao Gaming. And now there's no more Zyra Khan to have to worry about, no having to worry about Lee syndromes, no having to worry about Dimash injustices. So I guess that now Poro Patrol would be looking to try to be the team that can try to bully back against Kakao Gaming because now their backs are 100% up against the wall. And it doesn't look like it's going to go in their favor. I mean, the numbers here is not really all that relevant because it was a 4v5. And yeah, even though you see a lot of zeros, this was a Poro Patrol that did put up a good fight at the end of the day. And a little bit of a bug there, I think, with the KDA.
Yep.
But don't worry about that. Poro Patrol, in case you're wondering, your KDA is 33,000, my friend. I'm not sure if that's if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's up to how you guys decide it's going to be. But Madness now that this one is over, now that some of these champions have been taken off the board, what do you feel like Poro Patrol kind of need to try to make a miraculous comeback in this series, my friend?
I think if they just play their standard game that they like to play, if they allow their bot side, Invoker will have a harder time doing what he did yesterday against the bot side, against Black Venom of RPG, because he's against a much more seasoned veteran right now. But let's take a pause. I think MVP doesn't even mean that much in a 5v4 game, but we'll just give it to Vortex for just being so flashy with the moves that he pulled out over there with the Lee Sin. Couple of times he did have the Lee Sin syndrome and did go in where he just ends up dying. He even gives 1 kill over to Invoker bot side, but otherwise, I like the kicks coming in, the 3-man knockups coming in for him, and we don't get to see Lee Sin enough. That's why he has been chosen. So it's a 7.54 Vortex, 431 per damage per minute, don't matter. The 5.3 CS per minute don't matter. It is a 5v4 at the end of the day, and yeah, they are going to be happy about Kakao Gaming, but I think they should have even kept some more picks for themselves, because I know Vortex can play this as a champion when he wants to, even in serious matchups in a 5v5, so I think you'd have left this alone. I think you don't take traditional ADCs in the bot side. You leave the Xayah, you leave the Caitlyn for later picks for your team. So, like you said, denying some of that, don't let yourself get denied in further matchups in Game 2 and Game 3 onwards for your champion pool. Like, even copies Jack's not going to be available over here, so something like that. And I really liked how Poro Patrol did go about with it. But guys, with that being said, before we head into Game 2, before we continue the action, hopefully this time 5v5, we're going to be taking a very short break.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Still an attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, on grind. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Still an attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. Not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends Ascent South Asia 3 Madness alongside Hades. We are in the midst of the first BO3 of the day. Unfortunately for Bangladeshi fans, Poro Patrol did play game 1 with only 4 members against the behemoth that is known as Kakao Gaming. And as you would predict just because of numbers over there, it was a pretty one-sided fight, but it was a good fight from Poro Patrol. They did show up sometimes. Invoker playing really good with the Hue, right? He did put on a very good performance for himself, but unfortunately they did crumble around the 23-24 min mark. That's when the Nexus goes down. But I'm also getting notes or hints from my producer that this second game will be a 5v5, so maybe a better chance for Poro Patrol fans.
Yeah, and finally we will get to see the squad kind of, get a chance at redemption against a team that has traditionally just been better at the game than they have. And let's hope that they'll be able to, use this warm-up round to better influence how... What? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are in draft and we have 2 T-Rex on the side of Poro Patrol. So he's managed to clone himself in the time that we were away.
I'm guessing one of the tiers is going to be Jazz's bot who's come in right now. I think they've solved their issues or they brought a substitute. We'll have to see once we hit the rift. But that is a very funny thing to see. But I like the ban of the Ashe against Sam. He really likes to pilot this champion. Is very good with the kiting, with the gliding that he does. But the Aatrox just not going to get to see that. Invoker seems to have gone into the jungle instead. I'm not sure if that's going to be the same things moving forward, but Smolder ban comes out yet again. They're just doing it out of spite right now because I don't think Invoker plays that much Smolder. I just think Copy is smiting Potato Monster for the champion, but Copy's Clad does yet again hit the deck. It's not going to be available for game 1 as well as game 2. And I think we have 2 dead corporals on the left side, if you can see over there, Hades.
Yeah, I do see 2 dead corporals as well. So yeah, I guess both teams are deciding they're going to use hidden tech. They've used cloning technology to try to bamboozle the audience, the casters, the analysts, and Riot Games, and perhaps the whole League of Legends South Asian community. And yes, congratulations, both teams. You have bamboozled us, indeed. The Thresh is going to be banned out on the side of Kakao Gaming. And let's see if Poro Patrol are going to stick with their first rotation, third ban, same as before. But was it Volibear the last time around? I don't think I remember.
No, it was not. It's a switch up. Okay. I don't remember which it was, but it definitely was not a Volibear. But the Volibear ban will be coming in. I think Poro Patrol are banning out now more because Copy does like to play Volibear topside. You've already taken away his Kled. The Samira first pick for Sam is a very interesting one. Not a type of champion that we're gonna get to see many first picks. Not a lot of people who play it in Legends Ascent as of yet, but the Xinjiao, however, is something definitely that we would like to see, something that has definitely had prevalence along with the Jarvan, along with those early aggression junglers that you can come up with. Let's see if this is the one that gets locked in. It does get picked up, and let's just see. I think Poro Patrol have also switched around some of the roles they're playing, but if this is a Tristana lock-in, which it is, that's definitely Invoker as the ADC.
Yep, and the answer is going to be the Nocturne. Very strong jungler here, also quite decent against the Xinjiao in the 1v1s. Not necessarily good in extended fights, but good at, having some good map control. And the Orianna Nocturne, that combo is also going to be a thing to look out for. Also, if you have a Samira who is left unchecked and you land a Shockwave on top of a, S-rank Samira, that ultimate is going to hurt and give the resets. And let's see. Oh, I haven't seen LeBlanc in so long. One of my favorite champions, personally. And it is going to be locked in against his Orianna. Let's go.
Ooh.
All right, and second stage of bans.
That's crazy. Like you said, we didn't see so much of LeBlanc. We haven't seen, I think, any LeBlanc in Legends Ascent so far. But Kakao Gaming with that simple R combo of the Nocturne Orianna have a good combo. Poro Patrol yet again banning out the Leona over here with the Samir. That's also actually a pretty good pickup because you lock in with Leona, Samir comes in, does a lot of damage. The Eloy ban against Jun is interesting. I don't think we have seen him play that much. We have seen him play quite a bit of set, is something that might get banned out maybe later from Kakao Gaming if they want to focus it. But the Nautilus ban
Yeah, good
will
ban.
be following suit as well. That's a good ban actually, essentially over here. Rel is still up for the taking if you want to go for a heavy CC kind of support for yourself in the bot side. But let's see what the last ban of Kakao will be.
Yeah, they're probably gonna ban another top lane champion. Maybe deny a traditional like a bruiser kind of carry, because they do need some scaling. So that, but instead they choose to go with banning out the Lulu, which does pair really well with the Tristana, and also is a good counter against Nocturne. Like yesterday, I was calling for it for one of the teams maybe to pick the Lulu into the Nocturne. Instead, they're gonna go with Taric instead. I would have liked to see a Braum would have been able to offer a little bit more peel, and is also pretty good against Samira, because if Samira gets in melee range, it just gets stun locked in by the Braum. And we did a Pike! Okay, Love2 is feeling himself with this pick, and they are seeming to go for this kind of very bursty pick comp that they... but also a pretty good team fight, also with the Orianna Shockwaves and the Nocturne Paranoia to jump into the backline. But Camille is going to be rounding out this draft. So what an aggressive draft here by the side of Kakao Gaming. Madness. Let's see what the answer is going to be.
It is aggressive, and last time we did see a Nocturne not do that well against the Tristana, because every time the Nocturne is paranoid and going in on her, he jumps away, or Jazabot is providing some relief. Not Jazabot that time, it was Taric who was playing the Taric yesterday. So they have the same comp they played against the Nocturne in the terms of their bot lane at least, but it's going to be the Renekton locked in against the Camille on the top side. Renekton's in a very strong point right here. Copy does play a pretty good Camille. Let's see which player of Poro Patrol will be playing. It looks like Jazz's bot will be taking over the mid role. Venom is going back to his favorite top side. Jun, instead of top, will be playing jungle with the Jin Zhao instead. While as for Kakao Gaming, it seems pretty obvious. I don't know who the other one except for Dead Corporal is over there. I think that might be Vortex instead in the jungle, but we have to see what is going on because of that double name over there. But comp-wise, any side you are particularly favoring over here, Hades?
I favor the side that has the 2 Dead Corporals in it.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. If I'm looking at this draft, I do see. I definitely still do favor Kakao Gaming. They do have the Camille and the Orianna, who potentially just scale into such monsters in the late game. But it is kind of balanced out with by Poro Patrols with the Tristana, but that's their only kind of late game, like hyper scaling carry that they have. Renekton is gonna kind of fall off. The Xin Zhao is going to kind of fall off. The Taric ultimate will be very, very crucial in these team fights to prevent, Sam from getting resets on this Samira, and also to, kind of prevent Love2 from also snowballing and just being a menace all over the map, as most pikes can tend to be. So yeah, Madness, I do favor the draft of Kakao Gaming in this. They do have a pretty strong team that definitely can take advantage of the snowball factor, especially the bot lane.
Yeah, the snowball factor definitely something that can come into parts. You don't want a Fed Sumiri, you don't want a Pike who's getting early kills, sharing the gold as well with his ultimate whenever he's going for roams. I think Love2 also likes to play the champion, and let's see how well he can do it against Invoker and Taric, because they were a pretty good bot lane combo yesterday. Even doing the sneaky bush gameplay where they made RPG's bot lane recall very slightly closer to the turret, not even under it, directly over there. With them thinking that they have gone away, they just jump in, get a couple of kills from them, get out, and that's Invoker's to stun, and he's very tricky with this. Is very hard to catch out onto him. Let's see how well Kakao Gaming can actually do the Nocturne Orianna combo with their ultimates. It's sometimes a bit tricky if you're not that well, just if the chemistry is not there. Let's see how well that comes out from Copy now on the Camille instead of the Jax top side against Venom, who is actually playing the role that he was meant to be playing in his team, which is the top side. So let's see how that goes. Jazz's bot in recent time has been coming up in terms of playing that mid role, has been cementing himself as he was traditionally the backup support for Poro Patrol, but now he's taking over as the mid lane, and he just every single week he just seems to keep on improving, and I just love this from him. And he's brought out the LeBlanc, and that's something that's going to be a treat to watch.
Yeah, LeBlanc did receive a couple of nerfs like a few patches ago. She was relatively strong, but I don't understand why. The champion is, yes, she is broken. She is actually one of those champions. It's just very, very, very hard. Which is why I kind of love her. Just also you need to kind of be like very game aware, and she's also one of those champions that can snowball. It would have been really fun if you maybe see the LeBlanc go bot lane with the turret between, so you can almost guarantee free stuns whenever she jumps forward, along with the chains as well. And I don't think a Pike and Samira would be, very pleased with having to deal with something like that in the bot lane. But you'll never know, because I do see Tristana also being able to do relatively well into Orianna in the mid lane. So I don't think that's going to happen. But it would have been really cool to see, considering that this has already been a pretty funny best of 5, 4v5 first, and now clones on both teams. Like, damn, man, like, technology has really, like, progressed. I mean, we are living in the age of AI and also apparently cloning technology in the competitive South Asian League of Legends.
And like you pointed out, it has been a bit of a funny start to the best of 3, given, if you people who are just tuning in, the first game was Poro Patrol, unfortunately playing with only 4 members. This time they have their complete 5, but Kakao Gaming took advantage of that, finished the game earlier on. So now Kakao Gaming are 1-0 up heading into game 2 over here. Another reminder, guys, please make sure to follow all our social medias. The links are in the description box below. Join the LOL Discord INSA. We have a lot of fun events coming up, something I have heard about, but I am not at privy to share. It's going to be a fun event, but you should definitely check it out. People who end up winning these kind of events end up getting free skins, so you don't want to miss out on any sort of that. Also, let us know in the comment or in the chat box, which team's draft are you preferring, and which team do you think will end up winning game 2 over here? Will it be Kakao taking this 2-0 series, or would it be Poro Patrol taking us all the way to that game 3?
Yeah, please let us know in the comments, and bet safely, guys, whatever you do. And let's hope that we get to see, an upset here, because I do see an avenue where the Tristana team comp can actually snowball their way into a victory, but it's going to be very difficult, especially against, there's a Nocturne who's going to be jumping on you. There's going to be a Camille that's going to kind of lock you in place. There's Orianna shockwaves that you need to look out for. So Invoker has, a lot on his shoulders this game. And I do feel like Venom also needs to, it's the first time we're seeing him actually play in the top side, in the top lane. So let's see what he's going to do. But a 5-man squad right here, they're going to miss each other. They're not going to see each other. They're probably going to go as a 5-man unit, try to get some deep vision down, maybe try to get a pick. They're not going to find a pick, but let's see how they're going to path. It doesn't. There is a question mark pings coming down. Are they going to wrap around? Nope. Instead, they're just going to drop a ward and, reset.
Yeah, they're gonna reset. And for people who are not privy to which team is which, because we don't have the names right now in front of you, on the left side is Kakao Gaming, on the blue side. On the red side is Poro Patrol, and they have set up a bit of a defensive aggro kind of push for themselves here at the bush over here. But yeah, top side, you saw everybody from the side of Kakao Gaming go. They didn't find anything. They put down 2 deep wards for themselves. I don't see an answer back in terms of vision. No, we do have a red ward at the Wraith Pit for the side of RPG as we start off the laning phase. I'm more excited about this W versus Jazzboard matchup. Now they have their traditional middle laner instead. Vortex is going to go to the bench. W is going to come back in instead. Now we're going to be playing the Orion. Dead Corporal is going to be in a much, much more comfortable role, which is the jungle for him. A nice hook from the Pike pulls in Terex towards him, but that's the kind of member you want. Just a bit of poke damage and just to be a bit annoying in the starting phases of the game. Both junglers starting on the opposite side of the map. Dead Corporal is going to be going from top to bottom. Jinja's going from bottom to top. Venom has to be a bit careful of these trades that he's taking. He's going to heal up with those empowered Qs, but it should be a bit of a problem. A nice hook yet again lands from Terex and onto Terex, and he doesn't get his stun. Venom trading with Copy. This might be the first blood, and it is Venom coming out on top. Copy not respecting even after burning the Ignite, and that's going to be the first blood going over to RPG, going over to the Crocodile in the top side, who is back into the top lane territory that he loves.
Yeah, and I think this was just Camille not respecting that Renekton does have he had his Fury up. That is a bad trade to take when the Renekton has full Fury. And also just takes a minion aggro. Love to might be a little bit just able to use his E to kind of escape there. Should be fine. Try to maybe look for another hook there. But this essentially does put the Crocodile in a favorable position in this matchup. He's 1-0, came back immediately without any pots with a boot and a longsword. And now he's going to definitely be very comfortable in this matchup against this Camille. So you don't want to give a Renekton like a free kill like that in the early game. And that is exactly what happened. So first blood, yeah, going to the side of Poro Patrol.
Yeah, gets picked off by Venom in the solo bolo. And Venom does keep on eating these empowered Q2, I mean the true damage Q2s on the way back. He has to be a bit careful of maybe spacing it out just when the Q2 is coming up for the Camille in the top side, but Nocturne bot will be making his first move to this Scuttle. He already has a prior tempo onto the Zinja. Venom is just trying to go for CS, but he's going to trade yet again with Copy. Copy's Q2 is available this time. Renekton keeps the spacing, doesn't eat that to the face bot side. The wave is getting pushed in towards the side of Sam and Love to Invoker's doing here. Here comes Love to the stun. Does land. The W wasn't buffered at the correct amount of time. He still gets the spacing. The flash by Terex to maybe land the stun to Love to. Didn't connect. Dead Corporals come in from the side. Now Invoker does have the flash. He uses that. Terex is going to sacrifice his life because he used the flash to actually go for an aggressive kind of engage. That's going to be a kill on the bot side. Sam picks up the kill, but on the top side instead, it's going to be Jun and Venom's combo picking up the kill onto Copy. Copy dying for the second time within 4 minutes.
Yeah, and that was very well baited there by Venom. Like he used the second part of his E, which wasn't on a minion, which gave Camille like, okay, he doesn't have an E2, so let me just zipline on top of him. But surprise, Xin Zhao is right there to answer. And even though they were able to return, bring in a successful Nocturne level 4 gank and pick up a kill there on the bot side of the map on the Taric, it was answered in kindly to the top side, and Zun isn't done on this Xin Zhao. Oh, yo, W actually walked up towards him. He could have maybe just stayed in that bush and jumped on top of him there. But you can see LeBlanc is struggling a little bit in this matchup. He's down on CS. And, I mean, I guess he's just not maybe playing his champion to his full ability. LeBlanc is a bit of a bully in the lane, but doesn't seem to be the case as now there is also a Pyke in the mid lane that needs to look out for. Dead Corporal's pushing Xin Zhao away from his chicken camp. He is a level ahead, forces out the flash as well. I'm not sure he wanted to flash. He did have his LeBlanc there to back him up. But yeah, advantage of summoners in the jungle here, and also level.
Yeah, and that is Dead Corporal just going power farming pretty much. As that one gang bot side, Jun had gone for the top instead. Is a bit behind in terms of camps. Invoker has to be a bit careful. Doesn't dodge the hook up into place. Buffers the W, so when the stun does connect, he's still underneath his start with that rocket jump. But this is where Love to Spike coming into fruition. Invoker has to always be careful of this, and Love to even predicted that Invoker takes a sidestep to the right side when the hook was going to land. Copy versus Venom. This is part 3, part 4. I don't even know. Here comes the heal. Here comes the ultimate from Venom. The flash forward onto Copy. Copy is still level 5, not level 6. He does ignite, does have the ignite, but doesn't have a flash. Dies to the Renekton, but here it looks like Terek's been caught out in his own jungle. Here comes the ultimate from the Nocturne, but it just allows players to try and run away. Dead Corporal is there as well, but he is helping Jun go down in that fight. That's 2 kills on the bot side for that solo bolo in the top. So that's a cross map, a 2-for-1 in favor of Kakao Gaming, but not before the side of Poro Patrol did pick up the feats of warfare from that solo kill from Renekton topside.
Yes, and I mean, we're looking at a 3-0 Samira right now, who has also secured a plate for herself. 20 CS up, has an enormous gold lead right now, sitting on 250 gold bounty. Even Nocturne able to, pick up a kill and, have 100% kill participation, essentially, in the first 7 minutes on this game. So this Nocturne, doing his job. Even the pre-6 ganks were successful. But right now, I think Copy, you'd probably want to take it a little bit easy on the top side. He's going to spot out Jun on this ward, but the stun is going to lock up in place. He does have his E kind of escape here. And Invoker does get hooked under the turret range and stunned up, and Love 2 just lands a big chunk, which means that Invoker, you're going to be half health against this Fed Samira, who has completed her Collector.
Collector completed at the 7.5 minute mark is no small feat. That's also because she has 3 kills, a lot of plates as well picked up for her. Venom and Copy still dishing out topside. Copy does have his Ignite, but Dead Corporal's here for backup. They have Venom in a 2 versus 1. Make that a 3v1 if W even makes it over. Here's the ultimate popped by the Crocodile. He might even get Copy. He does end up picking up the Camille before he ends up going down to default. Who picks up the kill? It's going to be Dead Corporal picking up the kill for the troubles that were done over there. But that's not after Venom still trades it out. This Crocodile is going massive. Copy is 0-4-1, and that's not something we talk about a lot, not something we see a lot from the hands of Copy.
Yeah, and this is just he was just playing too disrespectfully in the early game, not recognizing that Renekton does win the early game. And Camille is also one of those champions who kind of wants to sit back and scale. And wait, hold on, because now a teamfight breaks out. Chains do land on top of W. The Paranoia is used, and he does go in on top of Tariq, but that's not the target you want to go on. Flash forward by W is able to make sure that the kill doesn't go back in favor of Poro Patrol there, but Jazz is a bot, has been able to pick up a kill in this. His clone is out. He's using his abilities. He uses his dash to get away, and now T-Rex is ignited. The Tristana has joined the fray, picks up a kill for himself, and is now going to look to try to maybe jump on to try to take anything more, but no. It was a essential 1-for-0 in favor of Poro Patrols over there.
It was a 1-for-0 over there, and Jazzbot was very low on HP. Invoker makes the roam, but that allows Sam to pick up a lot of plate spots. Invoker is behind on CS, is behind on experience, so that roam can be costing him deadly later on in teamfights, but he's going to be shifting over to the mid side. Jazzbot will be making the rotations bot, and it's a good time for rotates because grubs are up. No one's actually touched them as of yet, so that's something that you have to keep over there. Venom has a good CS lead, around a 14-15 mark CS lead against Copy. Copy now trying to be a bit respectful against the Crocodile, but still will be eating quite a bit of damage, and that equalizes their HP margins. Here the grubs have been started by Jun. It doesn't seem to be an answer. It looks to be just a trade
But Dragon,
of jungle objectives. Yes, the Drake will be picked up by the side of Kakao, and all 3 grubs looking to go into the pockets of Poro Patrol.
Not if W and Love 2 can help it. We have Love 2, W. Ooh! Almost hooks. Is maybe able to get the last hit on that? No, they're going to go for Zhen. He does have his ultimate here to try to execute, but a very good E away is able to prevent the reset from Love 2. And the flash forward now by the Tristana. I don't think there's enough damage if they can land the W. No, doesn't come off cooldown in time. But meanwhile, they are kind of forcing this LeBlanc onto the weak side. This is not the champion you want matching the Samira. I'm not sure. This should be the LeBlanc here in the mid lane, and along with this Tariq, because that is the champion that you want items on, who wants these early kills and this early goal. She's 1-0-1, but now the Paranoia comes in on this aggressive blue buff trade. Or rather invade, and now he's going to pay for it with his life. Dead Corporal able to pick up the kill on Jeune over there. And now T-Rex is just being left for dead. This level 5 Tariq has absolutely nothing to do except watch as he loses his jungler and his own life. His ADC also just running away with a sliver of HP. And now you can see that the advantage in gold as well as, just overall tempo is favoring the side of the blue team here.
Yeah, Kakao Gaming definitely have the lead goal-wise as well, going towards almost at 3k margin. Your Samira is pretty fed, your Invoker is underfed given that amount of CS and XP he's been missing out on. Samira is 2 levels up onto him, and yet again, this is deja vu of when Dead Corporal had burnt the flash from Jinzhao earlier on. Here comes the stun from Tariq, doesn't land. Jun looks to be going down, but Invokers join the party. He gets the kill onto Love 2, he gets the reset of the W, tries to run away, but Venom here Dead Corporal running into the hands of Venom. Where can you go? The slice and dice chops up the man from the shadows, picks up the kill. That's going to be the 4th kill for Venom in this exchange, and that's going to be Invoker getting a very crucial kill to his name as well. Now he's starting to pick up some kills. Has the Yuntals completed? Is Jazz's bot versus W in the bot side? The chains haven't been connecting that much from Jazz's bot, and it doesn't look like he's that comfortable on the champion as of yet. Maybe as the game continues, he'll get more comfortable, but right now it doesn't look like the guy who can do so much with the LeBlanc. Like you said, you need to snowball with this champion, and it's not looking like that's going to be coming anytime soon.
Yeah, I think they just need to maybe, while the tier 1 turrets are still up, maybe just try to get the lane states evened out again. Have Invoker and T-Rex go into the bot side here. You don't want, like, you want to get your LeBlanc ahead, because they're playing this kind of chaotic game style that favors LeBlanc. She's so mobile, and she has even completed her Ludens. But now the Paranoia does come in on top of Jun again, who seems to be the point of focus here for the side of KKG, and they're able to pick up the kill. This man is not given any breathing room in this game by the looks of it, and even the turret bot lane is under threat here by W, who might be looking to try to take that for himself. Chains do land this time around into the queue, and the distort backwards would mean that it's kind of an even trade. But now Venom, with a level lead, with double buff, which just expired, by the way. Oh no, he does still have it. Might look to try to use this massive CS lead and item lead that he has for himself. But now W is caught in a very bad place. Has to even flash away from the Nocturne. And yeah, this means that another turret goes down in favor of Kakao Gaming, who seem to be slowly but surely taking control of the tempo that they have in this game.
Yeah, Jazz's bot W has to flash to just get away from that fight. Copy again against Venom topside, full stacks of the Conqueror, but now it looks like Copy is not doing that bad in these trades, even though he's 2 levels behind. His Triforce has been completed, while the Eclipse is complete for the Renekton, the Hextech Plate for the side of the Nocturne, the Luden's Echo for both the mid laners, and it seems that we have a pause. I'm not quite sure about it. No, it does seem that we're back into it. We are going to be continuing on. The Collector completed from the Samira quite a while ago, now has a BF sword as well. So does the Yuntal's Tristana, plus another BF sword to her name. It seems Tag will be a big factor in these team fights later on. The Xinjiao has opted for the Blade of the Ruin King build instead of the Sunrise Sky. That could be interesting, but Venom training very heavily against Copy. Copy has to be careful over here. Does still have his E to get away from the fight. That's what is going to be going down. Drake should be coming up pretty soon as well. Let's see which teams will be making their mark. Reminder, all jungle objectives in terms of Drakes have been going to Kakao Gaming. The first Drake went to them. The 3 Grubs went to Poro Patrol. So at least even in terms of overall jungle objective wise, as we can see, maybe a fight breaks out of it. Dead Corporal is looking to come up a bit, throws the Q out into Terex's face. He'll be eating that carefully. Copy does have a TP if he needs to join this fight, essentially over here. Blue buff has been started up. Over on this side, you can see the Renekton is be nice here. Yeah, Venom has teleported pre anything, and I think they're just going to be choosing to give up the Drake for the side of Kakao Gaming. Poro Patrol will take this, and they'll use their tempo top side. And maybe Shockwave could have been looking to come. He's just maybe spilling with the Q and E instead, but no, it doesn't actually pick up the kill. It doesn't pick up the Drake, but they do pick up the turret top side for themselves, and they're going to be happy about that. They use their tempo. They understood they're in a bad spot, and they give the Drake for that.
Yeah, and now if I was a Renekton, I would return back to that lane and freeze it. Make this Camille extend, or make her, like, she is 1, 4, and 3, and if she goes to impact any lanes right now, she might end up dying even more. So I feel like that might be a good punish, but the wave is kind of pushing towards now the tier 1 on Kakao Gaming's blue side on the top lane. But now we're going to probably see a fight around Herald. Both teams kind of primed and set up. A good line of vision gives them the info that they need. They know that Venom is kind of caught over here alone. Does use his Dominus, has to flash away, is feared. And here comes some Sam with the S rank, but a very good exhaust. Sorry, it looked like he was exhaust for a moment. I think that might have been a bug. But yeah, he's going to probably die here. Almost kills the Samira, but he's outnumbered. Doesn't matter how fed you are onto the Renekton. You don't have enough of damage to get the return kill, but oh no. That is unfortunate for both mid laners end up trading their lives. And in the bot lane, and Jun just escorting a wave under the tower. He's kind of low HP. Might want to, buddy, you're gonna give up a Herald for free. Essentially, I guess they're okay with this trade. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sending numbers into the bot side here. And love to, my buddy, you have no business being here on your own.
Yeah, he does spot them out. The tier 1 bot side of Kakao Gaming will fall, but they will be picking up the Rift Herald in exchange at the time. Top side, we saw 3 members jump into Venom, but Venom still gets the trade back kill onto Love to out of all things over there. So he was doing fine by himself. This is the second time we've seen Venom in an overcome spot. He still gets a kill for himself no matter what is happening. Herald gets picked up. It's going to be Dead Corporal taking the eye with him. Let's see where they'll be using that on later. Jazz's bot, unfortunately, not in the best place, making the Shadow of Flame, but here comes Copy, here comes Nocturne, they're going on to Venom. This is round 3 topside. This time I don't think Venom is going to get a trade kill. The ultimate for Love to be secured and add more gold into everyone's pockets. And that's finally a very successful gank onto Venom without them losing any casualties from the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, and this is just the combo, the press R buttons combo, the Pike and the Nocturne working out a full effect. Death from Below is the name of that skill, but Jun has to be very careful. Finally, a very good turret ultimate, able to buy them enough time for Invoker to come forward and pick up the kill on this very underfed Camille, who now leaves W in a very precarious spot. He's getting hit by the turret. He's caught between 2 turrets. Has to use the shockwave, but it only lands on T-Rex. And now Invoker is going to jump right on top of Sam. He's at S rank, and the ultimate is active. He's going to see a triple, maybe even a quadra kill. Oh no, Samira. Okay, it's okay. Herald has been spawned. Shelly's gonna get the charge down. Perhaps try to drive this into the second turret as well as escort Shelly to get a second charge. Dead Corporal gonna be taking the wolves at the end of that, but more importantly, 3 for 1. That fight went in favor of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, 3 for 1. You could see off your screen, Jun was trying to recall in the bush over there. Gets caught out by Love to picks up the kill on the side lanes over there. So, but yes, Invoker, I don't think that rocket jump was necessary against you. Going against a Samira who has almost full HP. Was, I think, A grade by the time Invoker comes in, turns into S, but on the top side, Copy versus Venom. Round God knows what at this point, but this is a 1v1 essentially over. There's no backup from either team, but Jun is around the corner. Copy has to be slightly aware of this, but here comes the hook. Jazbot flashes out from it. Copy now aware, Jun is topside, gets away from any sort of trouble. Atakan spawning in 10 seconds time should be something that they should keep eyes on. Flash being burned for LeBlanc is good for future fights, but other than that, nothing of the sort. Invoker won't be having any summoner spells for the Atakan if they choose to go for it, while Sam at least will be having his cleanse. Drake is also on the cards very soon, so you're going to have to think about the macros about which objective at what point you want to be going for.
Yeah, right now the Summoner is an absolute monster, man. 6-0-0. Like, she is not playing a team game. Samira is one of those. She's taking on the role of a solo carry at this point. Has an Infinity Edge, has the first component of her Last Whisper item, has the Collector, and is sitting very comfortably right now in this map. And as the dragon will be spawning, this means that it's going to have to be Poro patrols having to face check into pockets of vision, and the paranoia. You're caught out in the side lane, and LeBlanc, we've spoken about this. This is not where you need to be. You need to be along with your team and not in a side lane where you can get picked off right before an objective and give even further more control to the side of Kakao Gaming. But now Love 2 is going to go in on top of this Tariq who doesn't have an ultimate, and the exhaust comes down on top of Invoker. He's shockwaved and held in place, and he's going to lose his life. T-Rex is running away, has to flash on top of that. And you can see that Copy's now feeling himself, knowing that his team has the advantage in terms of numbers. They take 2 for nothing as well as a dragon, and are now sitting at a almost 8,000 gold lead, Madness. And we are only 21 minutes into this game.
Yeah, 8,000 gold lead at 21 minutes is phenomenal numbers. That was a good shockwave from W in that fight. It even signifies that they pick up Atakan. Invoker is the guy who's usually termed to carry his team, but he's pretty far behind in items compared to the Samira, who's 6-0 and 1, like you mentioned. Maximum bounty on her head. And now Kakao Gaming are even going to pick up Atakan. There are 2 Drakes in out of the 4 that they required for the Hextech Soul, but they will be making their way over. The objectives are now not being fought by Poro Patrol whatsoever. The team fighting is not being happening. Jazz's bot's being caught out quite a few times, and this Nocturne and Camille combo is coming in clutch in a lot of these fights just before objectives, just on isolating targets on the side lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel really bad for LeBlanc. She's kind of lost her identity in this game. She should have been with the team in the early stages, trying to get some of these kills. But I do understand the importance of getting her Tristana fed. So maybe that was the thought process, just kind of put LeBlanc in the weak side, just let her try to farm up. But now, look at how far you are on this map. You're all alone without any support. Is able to rocket jump away, but in comes a death from below. Love to able to flash away after securing that kill. Style points, but now he's in a really bad place. He's gonna get locked up, knocked down, and that's a shutdown going over to the LeBlanc, who desperately needs some kills if she wants to try to kind of contest. But they're not done here. Dead Corporal once again in the enemy jungle, which he believes belongs to him right now. Even though they're a member down, you can see how aggressively they're playing. They're invading the blue buff also and chasing Zun off. And look at that.
Where did his HP go over there? The chains finally do land, but here comes Samira. She's gone as the ultimate comes out. A double kill picked up for her. That's going to be the Taric and the LeBlanc falling. Venom pops the ultimate in the bot side against Copy. Copy has to maybe try and run away. He'd use the zip lines to get a bit closer. It should be coming up. Here comes the ultimate to buy some time, but a huge Q comes in from Venom. He picks up the kill. That's maybe his 3rd time killing Copy solo over there. Sam against Invoker. Invoker hops away, now being forced to burn his flash after the W, after Dead Corporal had come with the paranoia, but they do still pick up the tier 2 turret for the trolls. W had gone a bit deep. He even flashed forward to try and get the kill onto Invoker. They really don't like this Tristana breathing whatsoever. Are using everything to try and get to her in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, props to Invoker for not dying there, but he is facing like a Samira who's now 8-0 is going to eventually just recall after this wave, and she's gonna complete maybe her lot doms on this as well as another component. She is right now at such a dangerous point in this game. 24 minutes in, 8-0. This is where it's probably going to be a game-deciding fight coming up, as this Baron will be spawning in just about 30 seconds from now. Let's see if Poro Patrols have the tools, have the gold, have the items, have the damage, and the cooldowns to try to perhaps win a team fight at this stage of the game. I don't think they want to be moving on their own or in units of 2. I think they should try to stay grouped up now. Instead, there are 2 people showing on the bot side of the map, or just 1. But still, that means that it's going to be a Baron started immediately here by Kakao Gaming. And let's see, this means that teleports will be most likely have to be used, but they have no idea this is happening, and it's going down so quickly. It's gone, Darkness. And now, this is where I think they will look to try to march down and use their wallets to try to smack Poro Patrol around, because they are more than 10,000 gold in the lead at just 25 minutes into this game.
Oh, here comes the Nocturne. A lot being put onto him, but here comes Samir. She's gone as the ultimate comes in a triple kill. Make that maybe a quadra kill. No, W steals that away from Sam over there, but that's a triple kill for Samir. She's going to be happy about that as they head in over. It's only Invoker left. What can this little Yodel do? Nothing whatsoever. She's just going to die near both her Nexus turrets as they keep on following. Now, that's going to be Kakao Gaming taking the series 2-0 against Poro Patrol and taking all those 3 points for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the first game was a 4v5. It was very unlucky, very unfortunate, but I mean, this game was a very bloody one. 27 kills to 15, more than 12,000 gold towards the very end there. And it's all just a result of them just utilizing their combo, using their comp to kind of perfection in this. the Nocturne Oriana combo along with the Pike and the Samira. My goodness, give Sam the MVP, man. Like, he really carried this game. And also props to Venom, kind of playing, even though he lost, able to play against one of the better top laners in this tournament, actually on an off roll and actually dumpster him. So, shout out to you, my friend. When I'm showing that he's one of those players.
It's not his off role. That is actually his main role. Him playing the top. He just fills in mid whenever his team needs him to.
Okay.
I think props given to Sam, but I think even bigger props to Dead Corporal because he isolated so many of these fights every single time he was going into it with Copy. That combo worked out beautifully for them. That's what their draft was looking like. Love to with the roams. Every time his hooks were landing, the death from below also coming in crucial in fights, giving gold over. W had some very good shockwaves coming. Copy, unfortunately, not being that good early on, but later on with the combination of him and Dead Corporal, they could do a lot of it. Sam picks up a triple kill, picks up so many double kills, but his team was always behind him, helping him out in these fights. The Samira went deathless over there. Perfect game coming in for him. But yeah, it just looked like a beautiful game from DC, from Copy, from the boys from Kakao Gaming. This is their actual 5-man main roster that they usually like to play with. And Poro this time did also have 5 members, but it did not matter that much to Kakao. Dead Corporal pretty much took over the jungle of the side of Poro Patrol. They didn't let Poro Patrol members live. Jun was filling in as a jungle this time instead of a top laner, and unfortunately couldn't do that well. He died very fast earlier on. Like, he was 1 in 5, I think, at the 15-minute or 16-minute mark, and unfortunately couldn't do much else over there.
Yeah, and still I have to give credit to Poro Patrol as well. They tried, despite being in a disadvantage. They knew that they were the underdogs coming into this series. They know they had a very tall task, and they did fight, tooth and nail in the first and in the second game, albeit it didn't really work out for them at the end of the day. But I wouldn't still take anything away from them. They are a good team. They have room to grow. They have room to develop, and I feel like their players can, look to try to learn from these experiences, learn from these games madness, and try to better themselves as we go deeper and deeper into the competitive scene here in South Asia.
Yeah, it does seem to be like that, and unfortunately it doesn't seem that we can do anything else from their side over here. I don't think they have one more game to play, but I don't know how well it's going to be going on for them, how well they can actually get more points for themselves. But yeah, this is how the scoreboard is looking. It was a dominating performance from Kakao Gaming. Poro Patrol did put up a good fight. 27 kills for Kakao Gaming to the 15 kills of Poro Patrol. 57.6k gold for Kakao Gaming to the 42.4 for Poro Patrol. 7 towers to none for Poro Patrol. 2 Drakes to 1. But I don't think Drakes were always that of contention, even though Drake taking was started very late. 1 Baron, 1 Rift Herald, 3 Grubs at least for Patrol, but the Atakan also going over to Kakao Gaming. So a good fight coming in, but even after them getting 5 members, not lasting much longer than they did when they had 4v5, because at 4v5 I think it was a 23-24 minute game. This was 26. I think Kakao Gaming took this even more seriously. They brought out a lot of their good picks, and I think Sam's Samira is something that people have to start fearing for in the future, just given how he's played. I know we have given Dead Corporal the MVP, but even Sam is very well deserved of it. I think just because of how Dead Corporal was around the map, he deserves it, but Sam with the gameplay, with his perfect game, is also in huge contention for this prize over here. But Dead Corporal DC will be in a much more comfortable in the jungle instead of the mid lane. He gets a 6-16 KDA, 773 damage per minute, 8.2 CS per minute, good numbers from a jungler. 13k gold coming out, and this is why DC is known as someone is a huge threat. The combo of him and you call the side of Copy later on in these fights with the simple press are also so good. But take us to this head-to-head over here, Hades.
Yeah, despite having a really good KDA, Sam had a really good game on the Samira. I personally think that he could have been the MVP, but Corporal, like I said, having so much impact in this jungle matchup. But CS per minute still favoring Sam over here. Damage does go in favor of Invoker at least, but still you can see that's a goal differential of more than 7,000 also. So you can clearly see the stats don't lie, and Sam definitely came out on top in this head-to-head against Invoker in this matchup. But it was a very spicy bot lane matchup. I really liked how things were, even though it was a 4v5 in the first game. It is what it is. nothing much that can be done about that. But now this means that when we're looking at this table, what further claiming rights to number 1 and number 2 is Estate Will and Kakao Gaming. Revenants who will be playing up next against Jettfire's Dojo will be also maybe looking to try to get 3 more points and get them to 16 points at the end of this, which would definitely guarantee that the top 3. I mean, it's already locked in for them. But yeah, who again, Madness? Like, who do you think is gonna get that 4th place? Because it's so close. Like, it's good. Like, I really don't know who's gonna get it, man.
Yeah, like that fourth position to the 7th position, any one of these teams can actually go for it. At the end of the day, it's about how they're going to play in the last few matches here in Legends Ascendant. If they can clinch it up, get those vital series or points for themselves. Even clean series are very vital for how well it will be going on over here. Those complete 3 points like we call Kakao got today is something that will be making a factor later on. But yeah. Unfortunately for Jettfire Dojo and I think RPG, I think they are slightly out of it. Other than that, other players, other teams still have a chance of making that 4th place. And we will get to see JDJ later on today. But that will be happening after some time, guys, because we will be taking a short break before we jump into the second best of 3 of the day.
ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's hug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like on grind. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Still an attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends in South Asia. It's me, Madness. This time, alongside with Singla, we are going to have a good best of 3 over here. It's going to be a couple of difference in the leaderboard positions, kind of teams coming up. One team near the top, one team near the bottom. But Singla, I'm not sure if you got the last game, but Poro Patrol unfortunately could not do much in the face of Kakao Gaming. In the face of Kakao Gaming, they are doing quite a bit well over there, right? And I think Kakao has definitely secured that second place for themselves. They are doing quite well, right? I don't think there's any question that SETL Esports and Kakao Gaming are already made it through. Revenants, I think after this game, will also be looking to lock in their spot. It seems like Singla's mic might be muted in VMix, but I'll continue on otherwise. So today's matchup is going to be Revenants versus Jettfire's Dojo. We are going to have a pretty good series over here. So Revenants is the 3rd place team, Jettfire the last place team, unfortunately, just due to some of their series. Revenants, in pretty dominating fashion, have won most of their games, not dropping that many games, unlike until they face people like Kakao Gaming, until they face people like SETL Esports, they weren't having that much of a problem. They have been doing quite well over here, and let's see how well it can continue on for them, just given how the series will go. I think everyone within chat will also pretty much agree with this. Might just be a 2-0 in favor of Revenants, just giving their prowess and their standing in Legends Ascent and how they have played out. I think we had a couple of role swaps for Jettfire's Dojo in the last series that they played, so that's also going to have to keep an eye out for what these players and which position they will be playing. But without any further ado, we'll be heading out on to the Rift, into the draft over here. It looks like AK-45 will be playing as a substitute in the mid role today for Revenants, and Jettfire's Dojo have most of their players. They look pretty well. Let's just see what this draft entails for a Singla.
200%. I think my voice didn't get through, but what I was trying to say, I think the top 2 places are finalized. The Revenants will be locking their 3rd position. The Fighters left for 4th. But yeah, this draft has started looking for a 2-0 game, after Dojo's performance yesterday. And, there is still a lot of learning the team has to do. But let's see what is the plan that they have made up today against Revenants for themselves. Jax is being banned.
Jax ban. Yeah, it does get banned. I think maybe Jettfire Dojo's next ban might just be the Mundo against Chernity. He likes to play this champion as well, but you have to also keep your eyes on Potato Monster. His Tristana and Smolder have not been banned as yet. The Singed gets banned from Rook to D4. He's also spiced it up a couple of times, playing the champion, sometimes top, sometimes as an ADC with, he had a Pike support the time, and that was the only winning lane in that matchup, in that game for them. So, yeah, things you have to keep an eye on. They really don't like to play against the Sage, and AK-45 also has a pretty nice pool. So, you're playing against a team with a very open champion pools, in the sense that you have to ban out certain things, and you only have a limited number of slots that can be used.
100%. I think the blitz. I mean, Naz is something that I was not expected to be banned in a pro play, to be very honest, and I'm a bit confused with that ban coming out because that leaves a space for either Tristana or Blitz for Bob, and we have seen Bob carrying as a Blitz hundreds of time in this rift, and they do not want to play against that. So let's see what happens. I think with Tristana being open, if it is not banned here, if that is something they decide to give to Revenants, is going to be the first blind pick that is going to come out, and they decide to get yet another ban towards top, and they banned out Renekton. I think what they are most scared of is Chanity not respecting the one tricks, the most comfortable champion that Revenants have, and they have just given them away. But Potato decides not to go on the Tristana and locks in Jin as the first pick for himself.
He does lock in the Jin for himself. I think we might even have some role swaps because I'm not sure who's going to be playing jungle on the
Sure.
side of Revenant. Jin is a favorite for the side of Jettfire's dojo because they have four people just have Jin in their name and they used to be Jin mains at one point. So I think this is just a bit of, spiting them and taking that. But the Philios that gets picked up as the counter for JDJ right now. Let's see what else they want to lock in. Preeti Jinta's favorite jungler would be that Vi that's been doing phenomenally in Worlds as well. Poppy can counter it pretty nicely, but let's see what goes on. Free, have to watch out for his Yas if that's also going to be coming in or he has something else up his sleeve. The Seraphine getting hovered right now. Not sure if that's going to get locked in. It might just be that. No, it's going to be the Karma at the end of the day. Let's see what Revenants want to follow up with draft with.
I think Manas would be missed out on as Shoxi Kun is playing today, and Shoxi Kun is one trick Jin, right? Something that is one of the most comfortable pick for him. So I think that
Mm-hmm.
Jin is secured for Shoxi Kun. Now the confusion that comes out is Shoxi gonna play ADC or is he gonna play that Jin in the mid lane? I think there are gonna be some level of swaps coming out for Revenants. With that, they pick a Senna for themselves. I'm expecting that Senna to be support, and Vladimir gets insta locked in for AK-45, which is one of his favorite champion, and he hardly gets played on the Rift without any ban on that Vladimir. Let's see if he's able to bring out that impact, and what is the answer that Dojo has for that Vladimir in their mind.
Yeah, let's see what Free wants to go for. It's still going to be the Yasuo getting covered. Maybe the Yone as well. He likes to play both the Wind Brothers. It's going to be the Yone getting locked in over. There can be flex topside, but I'm pretty sure it's going in the hands of Free as we head into the second phase of banning. I think Potato Monster might actually be playing support and Bob goes jungle. If this is how Revenants is looking right now, it might be something on those lines. But second phase of banning has begun. Let's see what JDJ want to ban out for themselves. But maybe now it does play a preference that a lot of those top bans went for Churn Ready because we didn't have to include Potato Monster as that smolder, as that Tristan over there. But AK-45, like you said, does get his favorite Vladimir pick that usually is banned against him. The Pantheon ban coming out. Let's see how it goes on further on with Revenants continuing on this banning phase as they tick down the clock. The Jin Senna bot side, a lot of poke with it, but Aphelios Karma also can equally match up as well as how they want to go for it. And I think maybe it might just be Potato Monster support just because if Senna is something that even ADC will be comfortable playing as in the bot side with the Jin, but the Vi ban against Prijinta, I think that was going to be coming out whatsoever because Prijinta just loves playing this champion quite a bit. He does bring out a mean J4 as well, so maybe that's something that they'll have to keep in mind.
Right, I mean, Dojo's still investing a lot of bans towards Charan, but I think the champions that they're banning is something missing because the Orn is available, the Mundo is available, the Nar is available. The usual champions that we see Charan playing are not banned here. So I think a little bit of misread, a little bit of misstrategy. But let's see how they fill in the gap there in the top. But with that, yes, I think once we are on the Rift Madness, we'll get to know who is playing what finally, right? But if Bob is playing jungler, Bob is an amazing Warwick player. I think if he gets his hand onto the Warwick, it'll be a very exciting game for us, for all of us to watch.
Yeah, the Warwick could come out pretty nicely. We haven't get to see much Warwicks in Legends, so that could be a nice change of pace. But Preeti Jinta will be locking in the Sejuani for himself. Already looking like a pretty nice comp from the set of Jettfire. You have nice engage, you have nice damage as well as protection, as well as front line. Let's see what their top laner will pick with their counter pick, and what Charan will go blind over here. The Orn, like you said, is available. The Mundo is available, and you are talking about Bob's Warwick that gets locked in. So I think we have an inkling of who is playing jungle over here. Do we not, Singla?
Yeah, I think that clears up a lot of it, right? I think we are going to see Bob playing jungle maybe here, but what is this Shaco Howard? I'm still
Whoa.
confused. What these people are doing? I think they are just playing with the casters. They want everyone to be on their toes. They are hovering something else, but it is going to be the on locking in for Charan again. A very comfort pick for him into blind. We've seen him pick it up multiple times and also gives that level of scaling and frontlining that they'll be looking forward for. So I think yes, Charan gets, even after 5 bans against him, gets one of his favorite champion to pick. And let's see what they pick against him. And it is going to be a Kale locked in against the Arn. I think the strategy that I mean, Dojo draft does look really nice in theory because they have the right amount of scaling. They have that engage, enchanter, healing, damage, CC, everything that manners that you pointed out. But I think the most important thing is again going to be execution, because the draft looks juicy, but again it's not an easy draft to execute. So I'm going to be more interested in what they have planned, if they'll be able to also get that on the Rift for themselves, be able to pass that 25-minute mark, get their comp into power and carry the game.
Yeah, and really, Jinta has a karma. We do have a misplay in the draft over here. We are going to be looking for a rehost. We might be taking a short break pretty soon as well. We are coming back to the caster desk, and you can see in front of you that we had locked in. I think they were just muddling up when they were changing their champions from who's playing who to which on the side of Jettfire's Dojo. I was keeping an eye on that, and I think that's where they messed up slightly over there. So I think we're going to have definitely a rehost on the books, but the draft I think is going to remain the same. I don't think any change is going to be happening out of that. We get to see Bob's Warwick that you have been talking about, so I want to see how well he plays this champion in the jungle. We have a lot of gold subs coming in. Potato Monster looks to be playing the support instead of the ADC. Soxykun is going to be piloting his Jin that he loves to play. So we have a lot of interesting picks coming up, but we have two main picks for the side of, actually three main picks for the side of Revenants, with the Warwick, with the Jin, with the Vladimir. So they're already looking pretty strong with their comfort picks, right? So let's just see how well it goes on the Rift. I'm expecting it goes pretty well. But guys, because of that pre-host and because of the problems we have, we're going to be taking a short break before we jump right back into the action.
Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. The letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, Lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, Legends Ascent South Asia. It's me, Mandus, alongside Singla, and we had a slight disruption during the draft phase. I think one player had DC just as soon as the draft was completed, and players were swapping around with champions they wanted to put out over there. But I think the draft is the same. We're just going to be heading into the Rift very shortly over here. And Singla, we were seeing the draft, we were seeing how it was going. For your side, which side would you prefer the draft to be? It seems that again, Sigla,
I
slight
was saying that
problem. Oh, he's back.
I
Yes.
think with the technical issues that these players are facing, we are also facing something similar today. I think it's just today, but, slipping all of this aside, I think the draft for Dojo is very, very interesting. JDG has made a very beautiful draft because they have the right level of scaling, the right level of tank, enchanters, hard carry, everything that is needed into a draft, right? But let's see if they're
Mhm.
able to execute it, because especially in the games that we normally see in our region, we have seen the simpler draft working out better, right? The comfort picks, those simple draft, easy to execute, have normally helped players or teams win away the games more. So yeah, I think on the draft side, still JDG will be a preference, but overall, I still think Revenant is going to steal the game away.
It is looking like that. Talking about runes, Bob's got lethal tempo on the warwick in the jungle. Shoxykun's got dark harvest into fleet footwork. Expect him to scale quite a bit as well. AK-45 Conquer, so much more effective in team fights later and set up that phase rush. On the other side, everything else looks pretty standard. Finish went for the press the attack instead of the lethal tempo on the kill, which are maybe something else. But he started the cull because he knows he's just going to be in a farm fiesta against the Ornn. He's not going to be able to do that much before level 6. Like we said, a lot of scaling needed for them. Let's see if they'll reach that point. Rook to D4, Potato Monster exchanging quite a few blows on the bot side. The President's attack completely gets procced onto Potato Monster, who traditionally was the ADC for Revenants, but today will be playing in that support role as the Shoxykun will be the Jin, and Bob, who was actually the support, is now jungle with what Singla is saying is a very good Warwick. So I'm really hoping to see this because we haven't got to see any Warwick in Legends Ascent so far.
Yes, I think this is exactly what I expected him to do. He's already in the jungle of Sejuani. We don't have the camera on him, but he is looking for that hunt already, with the red already getting across. Gets a lot of damage, is not able to secure the kill because the early delay when he took away the ward, because of which he could not finish the red within time. He finishes up the red. Star already creating that pressure, something that we also saw Dead Koppel doing in the game one. Right, he goes up, denies the wolf, takes away steals the wolf for himself, realizes that Sichuan is on the top side again, is looking to gank them. Ornn is also there to help him. Gets the flash for Sichuani, and Sichuani is out. I think Warwick has already announced that, hey, this is my jungle. I'm gonna farm both the sides. So I think Sichuani already having a rough start, and let's see what she does to cope up or to come back in the rift.
Yeah, very hard time. Even Bob, sorry, even AK-45 and Churn ready had come for just in case they were needed over there. But Sejuani Flash gets out of it. Sejuani gets denied her red buff. Unfortunately, can't pick that up. Bob will be picking up his own blue. Getting in terms of camps, he's denied quite a few from the Sejuani. Now he's looking to pick up his own, get the camp numbers up from the mid side. AK-45 with a good CS lead on to free right now. 11 CS ahead of that Yone, and bot side you can see the pokes are coming in, but Rook Ready for always going to be a bit on the defenses against a Senna, against a Jin. He can end up dying at any moment. So the Q3 dodge by AK-45, the snap forward by Free, wants to get some power. Here comes the pull in, he's gonna snap away. Priti Jinta's just coming in, but I don't think you can do much. He's just gonna hit his mallet from his hand just one time, nothing else. It's a turret shot for his troubles. He's going to be going bot side, picks up the scuttle instead, and maybe even gives a gank to his bot lane.
Yeah, I think there was not much that Sejuani can do because she doesn't have, a lot of jungle camps on. He needs to start tracking, needs to invade, to know where the Warwick is and start vertical jungling and taking over the camps from from the Warwick. But let's see what he does because he looks a bit clueless right now, walking up to a Vladimir
Mm-hmm.
who was able to walk out without any major loss. But I think Sejuani is just waiting for the camps to come up. With that, the action is at peak where we're seeing a lot of trades also happening in the bottom. I was expecting the Jin to hit the fourth shot, following up with the Q and securing the kill, but he decided to let that Aphelios live another day and let him go back.
He does end up getting away. Potato Monster's coming in for now some roams over here. That's a level 3 Senna. Picks up a soul for his walk all the way to the mid lane. But Free still is getting suppressed quite a bit in terms of CS numbers. Only half the CS that is AK-45s. And now he's using his Q3 to come in. He's going to have to use his flash to get away. Potato Monster is waiting just for that exact moment to show himself from the shadows after it looked like he's taken a soul and just walked away. But top side, you can see TP has been used. No, Fetus just walked back to lane. So did the Orn after picking up your level 3, level 1, tier 1 boots, as well as a cull for the Orn. Now AK-45 might be in a bit of trouble. Uses the ghost, trying to kite around. The snapback from Free comes in. Nice dodge from AK-45. He doesn't even get the slow proc as well. Good fancy feet coming into works for the Vladimir. This is a Vladimir without face rush, mind you. So he's doing this all very well. And 20 CS lead on to Yone, keeping that up to him. Bob, as you can see, is going back yet again into the jungle of Sejuani. Findish might be in a bit of trouble. Topside, one more auto could be enough. Ooh, the pillar not actually connecting. Bob's just coming for a room. Bob is legit everywhere on the map. He even comes in and takes a hit onto the minion. Free's trying to come in, but AK-45 has the presence of Bob nearby, deters it, but Free gets a huge amount of chunk damage before heading off top side. Here you can see Bob's going to meet Sejuani. It might be another engage over here, Singla.
Yeah, I think the Warwick is just permanent. Smelling the blood of Sejuani and being there in the jungle, trying to deny any kind of camp, any kind of farm to the Sejuani. He's already about 12 CS ahead and not letting him to enter his own jungle and is already a level up. I mean, with that, I think that Vladimir play specifically was so good. I think, with just blocking on to the ghost, getting early gank, was able to sidestep every relevant CC that was thrown his way and
Hmm.
gets out without burning any flash or taking any major damage and is still farming up into the lane. So I think well played by AK-45, and I think this is one of the reason why Vladimir is banned against him because he showed the level of comfort and confidence in the champion that he's bringing in with him on the rip playing Vladimir.
Absolutely. Only being forced to burn the ghost, not even the flash. The ghost with the lesser of the timer. Shoxy could farm here quite nicely against the Philios. Around a 12 CS lead onto his counterpart. Churn ready topside against the kill. Equal in CS numbers. Trying to get as many trades as they have. Both have culls, so they'll heal up every time they kill a minion. As well as you can see. Oh, nice cancel on the recall from Free onto AK-45. Not even get his reset. Free's come back in with items. He does have the TP, but here comes the stun from the center. Here comes the curtains call. Pretty genius ends up going down. No, it's going to be not genius, sorry, that ends up going down with that third shot from Shoxikun. And Shoxikun's trying to back away. Rook to D4 might be in a world of trouble. The W flashed away by the Fearless. He's trying to fight more, but no, the flash for the fourth shot by Shoxikun gets that kill. Sejuani even being forced to burn the flash. So in total, three flashes burned to bot side, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Revenants.
I think that was
Actually, no,
absolute
two for
great.
nothing.
Hold that thought. Not really sure what Orange did there, but I think there was a bit of failure onto his ult. Both the teams just proc the I mean, both the top lane procs the ult. Do not get any kind of a kill. And yes, it's just in hyper scaling matchup in the top. But speaking about the bottom, the Karma misses the mantra ult again, a mantra Q again, with now taking out any damage onto that Jhin. Shoxy Kunj holding his ground very strong. They were able to pull out a 3v2 early into the game, just at level 6, just at that 6 minute mark, and got two players down and three flashes for them. I think that shows the level of skill gap between the players that are on the Rift today, right? Revenants being the top third team right now, the third team on the chart, and Dojo is at the bottom of the chart, if I'm correct here, Madness.
Yeah, you absolutely are correct. Jettfire Dojo only 2 points to their name essentially in Legends End right here, and they've got a comp that will scale with the KL. That might be their only hope at the end of the day, because they are 2k goal behind at 9 minutes. Revenants are 1 kill away from the feats of warfare, and it looks like Warwick's already looking to be building that stride breaker. Everybody else is a bit behind, but the Jin has already completed his collector. That's a lot of gold that was in his pocket, and now he's going to do even more damage. The Q even bounces onto Rook to D for not keeping the correct spacing the Villiers had to do over there. I would assume that a player who plays Jin so much would understand maybe better wise compared to the average of how to play against a Jin, but it just does not seem to be coming into fruition here. Even Not Genius gets caught out with the curtains call last time. Free going for a lot of exchange against AK-45. The Sanguine Pool comes in. Freeze Q3 does not connect onto AK-45. Potato Monster, we're going to eat a couple of free shots over there. Drake is up for the taking. All three grubs early on were taken by Revenants, and they're going to be happy with their pace they're setting in this matchup.
100%. I think the main agenda for Warwick here is to end the game early. So I think grubs are going to be more priority than the dragon. But as ahead this Warwick is than the Sejuani, already about one level up. Also, I mean, hold that thought. They get a free kill onto Yone 1v1 into the mid, and with that they secure a priority into the feet for themselves already. And the dragon also coming up, all the members are already moving towards towards the dragon. The mid is already gone down, karma is already low, so I think it's going to be a no threat dragon, a free dragon for themselves. But Dojo decides to interrupt on the dragon. They get a free, they get a CC onto the Jin. Sichuani going in, secures the kill, secures the shutdown for himself, but the Sichuani goes down. The Warwick is claiming kills one by one, gets already two kills, jumps onto the Karma, gets another kill for himself. Is it going to be Squadra? I don't think so. The Yone can get away. It's a Warwick with a lot of CC, and once the blood goes down, he's going to hunt him down. And he's trying to give the kill away to the Vladimir, and they are able to secure yet another kill for themselves.
I think it's a smart move giving the last kill over the Vlad, because the Vlad's the one who's going to be scaling. Warwick kind of falls off a bit later on, essentially over there. But I don't think that was a very good idea by JDG to come in to interrupt. Yes, you get the Jin, but you lose so many more members in the process. You lose a lot of prio and tempo lane wise. The Drake will still be up no matter what is happening over. That's a 2-0-1 Vladimir, 3-0-1 Warwick. Like you said, you got a triple kill. My man, AK-45, you have to be a bit careful over here. Gets a huge Q heal back. Not Genius, not respecting the damage the Vladimir dishes out with his E. Vladimir eating quite a few amount of turret shots. I'm not sure what AK-45 thought at the end. The shutdown of his going over to Aphelios, quite amount of needed gold he wants. The route from Senna not connecting onto Rook to D4, and Senna's trying to run away. Drake's about to go down. Bob picks that up. Preeti Jinta might be in a bad spot. He had dashed in forward, doesn't have anything to get out. The W of the Jin connects. The fear of the Warwick is there as well. Shoxy Kun picks up his third kill of the game. The top side, the Ornhorn comes in over here onto the Kale. Kale, not many places you go. You have to use maybe the ultimate to survive. Maybe not even going to be that. Charan Reddy picks up his first kill in that solo 1v1 against the Kale top side.
I think that was such a pure, show of skills. That was such well executed by, Charan. Showed the amount of comfort on kind of experience that he brings in. He gets the right amount of CC. The damage does not give a chance to kill to do anything. Even use that flash and get away and gets a free kill for himself. And I'm a bit confused what Sejuani is doing. Sejuani, I can see the level of pressure that she's already in. That she's already in. I don't think so. This Jin is gonna secure the kill there, is it? No, I think Fury is just gonna sidestep with the karma and lives another day. But yeah, something that I was saying, this Sejuani walks up again into an uncomfortable position, trying to, I think, steal away the dragon, and yet again ends up giving another kill away, 300 gold to Revenants for free.
Yeah, those are very ambitious Jin. I don't think that's going to be a problem, especially with the Karma Shields coming in free. Continue trading on to AK-45. Doesn't have the execution, can't do much, but Potato Monster might be getting caught out, and that's exactly what happens. It's Preeti Jinta this time on the other side of the table, picking up the kill onto the Senna, and Potato Monster slightly overstepping his boundaries, definitely getting punished for it. And items have started to come in. The war completed for the Warwick after the TMS, so he's going a halfway route. AK-45 does get locked in play. Here comes free with the Q. But here comes the Senna ultimate, provides the healing for AK-45. He wasn't looking like he was in that much of a trouble anyway. Instead, Preeti Jinta is the one who has to run on the back. But Findish might just be getting caught out yet again over here against the Orn. Here comes the ultimate. The knock-in comes in. Findish is trying to run away. I don't know what that flash was from Orn, but he still manages to pick up the kill. Findish, you had your flash to get away, but you didn't respect it. Here comes a Warwick from distance. Lunges forward with the R, with the ultimate. Catches onto free, makes him see the gray screen for the third time. Bot side, rook to d4 against Shock Sekund. I don't think much will happen of that. Potato Monster is still yet on his rooms. The first turret of the game surely going to be falling on the top side, and that. So actually, that's the second turret of the game after the mid one has fallen. So feats of strength looking to be locked up pretty soon for one of these members. And yes, that was the first turret in the top side. Feats of strength secured by Revenants. I think when I was covering the turret mid side, could not see it. My bad, guys, about that. But feats of strength secured. Revenants completely in the driver's seat of game one here.
That happens to the best of us. I think there's so much action happening around the map right now. It's so hard for us casters also to follow. And with that thought, again, the Furious goes all in thinking that he can kill that Jin, but the Jin already has Collector. The Orn also joins the fight and he is going to take away yet another easy kill for himself. But yes, this Vladimir has actually impressed me the most in today's Rift, because every time he's getting ganked, I don't see him under pressure, but more of an opportunity for himself, that he's going in instead of running out, trying to secure the skills, and yet again is able to kill this Sejuani and Yone 1v2 and secures the kill onto Yone.
He does exactly that, and even Sejuani had to run through the hills. There are a Deathless Orn, a Deathless Warwick, a 5-1-2 Vladimir, a 5-1-2 Jin. At just the 50-minute mark, it's almost a 10k goal lead for the members of Revenants. They're looking pretty happy. Preeti Jinta, this is no longer your jungle, my man. This is Bob's territory, and Bob will do everything to happen. But here comes Fiendish. Fiendish is not going to let the Warwick take this all for free. Bob is healing quite a bit in these T5s. Nobody has anti-heal off yet, but the shutdown going over to the kill, the kind of person you really want the gold of Bob to be going towards, and that's exactly what happens. This time Bob maybe just become overzealous, over aggro, gets caught out. Four members were there that caught him there, and Fiendish is the one who reaps the benefits, takes the goal for himself.
Yeah, I think he didn't expect three members to be there. He was just going after the Sejuani, trying to get another kill for him, a peak, a free peak for him. But yeah, this time the Sejuani had his team there to back him up. But hold that thought, the Orn goes and sees three members for free. The Jin is just standing on the ult, taking out a lot of damage. This Orn is not going down. They're able to secure one kill for themselves. Jin is just walking up, free auto attacking, taking out so much damage that collective procking in, and takes away three kills for himself.
He does, but I don't know why AK-45 was walking so much forward when the KL had ulted, because KL out of ult, as soon as he comes in, will pick up the kill, and another huge shutdown going over to the one member in their team that you really did not want gold going towards, and that's KL picking that up for herself, already halfway towards that Shadow Flame, the needlessly large rod as well. So maybe a bit of misstep by AK-45 after having such a phenomenal game for himself with this Vladimir. He's been doing fantastic everywhere he needs to be. Bob will be taking the Drake, while his rest of his team was taking the Rift Herald. So they're doing two objectives at the same time. Tells you how comfortable of a lead that they're in, how much map pressure they have. Bob might get caught out over here. Priti Jinta wants to come in, doesn't want Bob to leave for free. He does have the RF, he wants to get over the wall, and that's exactly what he uses. He uses his own ultimate just to get to safety. But a very substantial lead for Revenants right now. 19 kills to the 6 of JDJ. The goal difference still almost just at the 10k difference.
Right, it's 19k to 6. I mean, it's just been 18 minutes in the game, and we got to witness 25 kills. It's such a fast-paced game that we are able to witness here. There's so much action happening around the map. Uh, Revenants is able to pick the Sacred Dragon for themselves. Have picked up another Rift for themselves. I think they'll be, looking out for the tier 2 torrent. A lot of casual play that I see, that have started coming up from Vladimir also. I think, with the amount of lead that they are ready to come forth. And then, yes, this game is ours. Yes, no one is going to take away this game from us. Hopefully, that works out for them because this Jin has finished the Infinity Edge also. He is sitting at 8 kills for himself and is doing a lot of damage. So I think till they can keep the Jin alive with the right field, the Jin can shoot down every member and melt down JDG like nothing.
Yeah, Jin's pretty far ahead. The Phillies just made this last Whisper component while Jin's already completed his second, like you said, that Infinity Edge of his. The Borg completed from Warwick quite some time ago. Now going for the Stridebreaker instead. The ornaments have started to come in. No, not just yet. He's still at the level 13, not the level 14 mark. So we'll have a bit of more time before that. But once that comes in, it's going to be a bit deadly. Nobody's actually getting fed. Findish did pick up a couple of good shutdowns for himself, but he's still going to be not a big factor right now. The ultimate precision running misses onto Potato Monster. He's trying to make it out. Orn is driving the Rift Herald all the way mid to protect his Senna, but Senna was anyway free. Orn has to be a bit careful. You're walking into a lot of members of JDJ. The Rift Herald gets smited away by Preeti Jinta at the end, so nothing much comes of it. Atakan coming up in 5 seconds time. Preeti Jinta, not Jinta, you are walking too forward over here. Not Genius. Ends up falling down, not respecting, face checking every single thing. Here comes the curtains call. Fiendish might end up dying, but no, it's going to be Preeti Jinta instead with that fourth bullet. But Fiendish also falls down to the hands of AK-45. A triple kill coming in for the Vladimir. This is a really, really fed AK-45. A really fed Shoxy Kun. And they are having the time of their life dominating against JDJ right now.
Right, I think not genius. That was not a genius move that you made there, and you ended up dying. And with that, I think Revenants are actually going to look to finish that game one because as ahead as they are, there is no way that any member of JDJ is going to be able to stand in front of them. The Yone is going to come back. They're going to secure yet another kill for them. The two members are again down. The kill is about to come up. All the members are low, but as far as they are, the on is gone in, is gonna look to pick that kill onto the Fulios, and he gets that kill. Kale and Sejuani are the last two standing members. The Sejuani decides to go in until the Senna does not have enough level of damage. The amount of damage that the Jin is doing is able to one shot the Kale, but the Revenants don't have enough XP and CS left for them to end the game here. They will be backing up, waiting for the Baron to come, take the Baron, and end the game and secure the first win for themselves.
They are pretty much going on that path. They have taken everything. There's bloody battles happening in the base over here. They were maybe looking to pick up the kill, but Finish comes in, flash forwards, picks up a couple for himself. Bob, in the meantime, taking the tier 2 in the bot side. I don't think they're even going to wait for Baron at this point. They think they just go for the end. Next time they just group up together, even in a 4-1 formation. Everyone is just so strong. The Orn has not even died once, ladies and gentlemen. And but in the last fight, Finish did pick up another huge shutdown of Vladimir, but the ornaments have now come in. The Cosmic Drive has been upgraded. The Infinity Edge has been upgraded. So this is a lot more damage coming in for their side as it continues on over here. Let's see who actually gets caught out next over here, Sigma.
No, 100%. I mean, for me, the game should have ended there, but I think they decided to go for some more kills, have some more fun for themselves, right? So, the kind of team that Revenants have, we have seen them, they don't shine at closing games at the earliest, right? So, I think they're gonna have some more fun
Mm-hmm.
onto the Rift if they get, a mistake that is coming out from JDG side, and they're able to get 2-3 kills for themselves, they'll be looking to end the game here and now. If not, they're gonna go for the Baron play. Let's see if this Karma has yet again walked up more than welcome, is going to fall down or not. And yes, they do. The Senna is doing so much damage now with the Orn is doing so much damage, and that combo is absolutely deadly. And they're gonna pick up that kill onto the Karma. Karma is gonna go down. The Vladimir is taking a lot of pressure, playing 1v2 into the up tower, 3v1 into the tower. Has a lot of healing in his hand, has the W, procs the ult, heals up so much, and walks out without any threat, doing so much damage at the same time, and so much healing that is coming out. And the Jin comes there for the backup for him, opens the curtain, and secures 2 kills for himself. And with that, I think it is finally the first game is going to end in the favor of Revenants.
Yeah, everyone ends up falling down. Freeze, the last man surviving, snaps back into position, gets a double kill for Bob over here. The ace, the clean ace coming in. AK-45 was alive for so long at that tier 3, and they're just having fun here, just waiting for the end right now. AK-45 does monsters, so does Shoxikun this time. Only died once. The Orn has had a perfect game, hasn't even died. So many people are stepping up for their team, and JDJ look a bit outmatched skill wise in this matchup, at least off here. And it looks like they're just going to get base camped, and AK-45C is surviving with the Sanguine Pool deep into their base, even flashes forward another Sanguine Pool. He's gonna live at the end of it, and they are just spawn killing people of JDJ members over here. The game won definitely in very dominating fashion, going over to Reverence in this best of 3 against Jettfire's Dojo.
Yeah, I think in the end, even on the replay, we can say they were just having fun. The game was pretty much over. It was an absolute dominance with 35 kills to 7. That's 5 times more kills than JDG had against Revenants, and it was a purely one-sided game where the Warwick was not allowing the Sejuani to enter. There was so much lead that the Jin had got. An early collector was able to pick up that early kills. Sejuani trying to steal away that one dragon ends up giving his life twice on that go, which costed him very heavy. He fell behind on the gold, he fell behind on the level, was not even able to secure the dragon, and ends up losing the game.
Does lose the game. Just looking at the scoreboard, it's a lot of zeros on the side of JDJ. Unfortunately, 36 kills for Revenants to the 7 kills of JDJ. At the end of it, almost a 20k goal lead at 24 minutes. 11 towers to none. None is a huge statement. The JDJ couldn't even do much to any towers. 3 Drakes taken, ended before Soul, ended before Baron was there, but Rift Herald taken, 3 Void Grubs taken, 1 entire Atakan taken by Revenants. So JDJ couldn't even answer any objective. Like you said, they fought before objectives, ended up dying, couldn't do much. Bob, with that early pressure put into the opponent jungle, caused a lot of mayhem. So Sejuani was always a bit behind, never comes in at the right time, does get a bit overzealous. But yeah, at the end, Revenants, pretty dominant showing for them, pretty nice win for them. I think this was kind of the expected result, and the MVP of today will be Shoxikun playing his signature Jin, 13-1 and 10. But honestly, we could have given this to AK-45, we could have given it to Charan Reddy, we could have given it to Bob. Everybody did phenomenally in that team. I just think there's nobody you can actually put out for making a mistake. Maybe Potato Monster sometimes, very sometimes, when you're walking a bit too far ahead, it's caught out. Other than that, I think it was a very good game for me, especially that he's playing an off role, he's playing the support role of himself. So I think he had a fine time with that. But 908 damage per minute, 7.5 CS per minute, as well as 13k in gold acquired. But honestly, a lot of people, I think the entire team of Revenants deserves an MVP for putting on such a huge and good performance, because honestly, this is the kind of the thing you expect when the third spot team faces the last spot team.
No, I think that is very rightly said. That every individual member of Revenants played absolutely well. I mean, a few mistakes here and there made by even the Vladimir underestimating the damage, overcommitting, and ends up dying. But I think after a while, with the lead that they have, they became a bit more casual, having more fun on, and start checking limit. They start doing limit testing. But had a wonderful game one. With this, we'll take a short break before we jump on into the game two.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You not got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in, got me like woo. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Guys, we are back with League of Legends, Legends Ascent South Asia 3 Madness alongside with Singla. We are towards the second game of this series. The first one, I think there was no doubt about it. It was a pretty one-sided affair. Revenants taking complete laurels of the entire victory. And I think JDJ honestly have to rethink of quite a few things heading into game 2.
No, 100%. I think, though, I think even the reading in the past, right, on what is the comfort champion for Revenants that are there or not was kind of missing from the Dojo side. I think they have to kind of buck up. They need to know their opponents better, need to get those bans away. I mean, thanks to them that it is a fearless drop. Major of their comfort champion will be banned in this game. But if Bob is playing another game of jungle, I think they should ban Shaco. Is like a giveaway I can give them.
I think Bob will be playing jungle because they're sitting in the same roles that they are. I think they're not changing the strategy, at least for today. Jettfire Dojo this time will be on the blue side, Revenants on the red. So swap up of what game 1 was. Ambessa ban still falling against Sharnady, but like you said, the Mundo ban should be coming in. The Ornn at least this time can't be taken in. So some things on this line. Last time they had gone for a triple top ban for their first 3 bans on the side of JDJ. Let's see if they want to continue. I think Mage has come in as a substitute to Not Genius. Unfortunately, did not have the best of games last time on that Karma. So now Mage is going to be taking over the role of the support. Traditionally used to be their top laner, but now let's see how he does in the support. He's also the only one I've seen who played an Ornn support in the entire Legends Ascent. So We expect some cheeky picks coming out from him also later on. But Revenants continue with the Jax ban, the Malzahar ban. I would maybe like an Ari ban against Free, because Free is also one of his other good champions. Is that or something on those lines? AK-45 can't play the Vladimir, now can't play the Annie because it gets banned out of here. Something that he loves to be playing as well. Even AK-45 plays a pretty mean Ari as well. So these are the things that have to be in the mind, given that Jettfire Dojo are on the blue side.
Yeah, I think the Silas for AK-45 is still open is something that is very comfortable on. The Tristana is open for Potato, the Shaco is open for Bob, the Mundo is open for Charan. So again, I don't think so. The major, the main champions are banned here against Revenants and are open as per their comfort. But let's see what they decide to pick, because they have first picked Milio. That is a rare champion that I see to be worked priority on, but does get locked in. I think Yumi is just an hover in a tease, or you never know if Revenants actually decide to play Yumi here, because Charan Reddy is a great Yumi player, but Mel gets locked in. Mel can be a flex pick. Mel does great into the mid lane, does great into the support lane. So let's see if it is for EQ45 or Potato Monster is going to play him out this game, because Senna already being picked. I don't think so. There are a lot more AD champions left in for the support role, but let's see what he has made up for us in the game too. Kaisa gets locked in. They have two AD options, Shock Sekun or Predator. So I'm going to be a bit confused who is going to play that Kaisa. But let's find out. And let's see what is the answer that is going to be there from Dojo side.
Oh, Dojo side are hovering the Vayne, and with the Milio, it's one of the good combos that we have seen. Vayne be not that much prevalent in the meta, but Rook to D4 is going to be locking in the Vampire Slayer for himself. He's played this a couple of times in Legends Net as well as during the qualifier, so look to be out. This is one of his other favorite picks. Let's see how well he can kite around bot side right now, because he did struggle quite a bit in the last time. Laning pick couldn't have that much prowess he wanted. He was against Shoxicon and Predator with that range they had, and Priti Jinta will be locking in the Viego for himself. His Vi was open if he had wanted to go down those kind of averages, but no, wants to get those resets off in team fights and trying to be more of a factor that way. Revenants, let's see what their R3 is looking like over here. What is getting hovered? It is that Shaco. The Shaco gets locked in, and I don't think we have a doubt, Singla. It's going straight in the hands of Bob.
Bob, right, I think that's correct. And the Vampire Hunter was needed more in the last game. Well, let's see how this Vampire Hunter does in this game. Because yes, Vayne is not a champion that we have been, seeing being picked a lot, and works more in the condition when they're, when the opponent is more tank heavy. But with Mel coming in, Caster coming in, Shaker coming in, let's see how that Vayne is able to perform. But with that, going back to the ban phase, Revenants bans the Silas from front for themselves. That also means it can be a mom mid here, right? So that's what they with the Silas from free, with the Yasuo still available for free. I think that is another comfort pick that we saw him play in the bottom yesterday and did decent with it. Tried his best, but was against Kakao, so was not able to take out a lot of pressure or a lot of impact into that game. But let's see how he does in this game and if he's gonna go for the Yasuo pick again.
He might actually do the hover of that sort, maybe actually do go for the Yasuo, but you don't have any knockups in your team. It won't actually round it out the way you want. You maybe just have the Milio ball.
Right.
That's about it of what you can go for. The Condemn, if you time it really well, might actually land something. But other than that, nothing else right here. Maybe the top lane pick could be something like Cassandra or something, and maybe you can round it off with that, but I don't think it's going to be that. Mord gets banned out against Fiendish. They have targeted him quite a bit. Rook to D4 was targeted with that Cinch pick, but I don't think that was going to come in an important matchup like this for Jettfire Dojo. They want to get some points just to, say that they are good in that way. Churn Reddy's Volibear gets banned out. What blind picks are becoming? I think this should signify what this Mel will be playing. The Yumi is getting covered. No, but it's going to be the Nasus that gets locked in. Mind you, Nasus was banned last time. This time left open, and Churn Reddy snatches that up for himself. Aatrox wasn't banned, so Aatrox is open. Fiendish looks like he wants that, and that's exactly what he's going for. Fiendish picks that up. What is going to be the mid lane over here? They still are keeping us on the toes about if that Mel is going in AK-45 and if he's going into Potato Monsters, and if it's going to be that flex pick, the Talon? getting hovered right now. The talent for free. He does love playing AD mids, but now with that, you lack a lot of AP in your comp. You do have some damage with the silver bolts, but it can't be that. It should be the RE, and that's exactly what it's going to be. This is what Free likes to play as a blind pick, and it's going to be that RE for him.
Yeah, I think the Nasus pick coming in blind was something, right? Something that I was not really expecting a lot. Right now, Potato has but with that, Etrox being logged in as a counter pick, and let's see how if he's able to get that dominance into the top lane early game. With that, I think only the support is being covered by Potato and
Oh,
locks it the Yasuo. Was that an error or was that a judgment? Again, I'm confused, but yeah, I think the Shokshikun is going to. Okay, actually, let's wait for it. I think let's wait for the players to pick their own champion. Let's see who's going where, because I think that's a melt support. Kaisa, AD, Yasuo mid, Shaco jungle, and Nazus top. But who's playing what lane is something we are yet to find out. And at the same time, I think Mage and Twindish need to make that swap because Mage is someone we have seen playing super more and Finnish is the top laner, but I don't know if it's a lane swap that is mutually agreed internally or what it is going to be. But I think overall the draft from both the sides are very exciting. The Nasus is going to be the scaling edge for the team. Yasuo coming in again is a very favorite champion of or one of the most favorite champion that everyone likes to watch, and I want to see what AK-45 can do with this if he's able to create the same level of impact as his Vladimir, or is he gonna struggle in the game too? Because we have seen that Ari on in Freeze hand doing something good, right? In the past games, he has done
mhm.
really well on the Ari. Is a very comfort pick for him. Gets his hand on him and is against the Yasuo. Shoxicon, I think, is finally going to play the ADC, and Petita is going to play Mel support. So Shoxicon, again, the MVP for game one, had 13 kills for himself, and let's see what he does in the game two.
He had 13 kills for himself. AK-45 had a certain number as well. Churn really just didn't even die on that Ornn first game, and now has an Nasus even more stacky. Mage, on the other hand, I've not seen him been playing much Aatrox. There's a lot of Ornn, a lot more tankiness in the top side instead of the Bruiser kind of build that Aatrox should be going for free, like you said, with the RE as well. And one of his other favorite champions, I think the favorite champion is going to be that Yasuo. So he's going to be playing against it in the mid side. This happened just once before when Free had to play against Nero, when Nero was playing the Yasuo, and these kind of effects come in. These also play some mind games. You also know how well that other champion is, how you can actually outpilot him, and how well you can play for it. But I like the switch up of Mage going back topside. Fiendish takes over the support instead. Now we're Rook to D4. Let's see how well they can scale up for themselves. Preeti Jinta will be looking for these resets in these team fights, but he has to be aware he is against a Shaco, and a Shaco will not let you live in your own jungle. Exactly what Bob tried to do even on the Warwick as well. So with the Shaco, it's even going to be on like a much more accelerated rate.
Yeah, I mean, but for us, it is yet to be found out if the Shaco is going to be AP or if the Shaco is going to be AD. Because AD Shaco can create a lot more impact early. He can get those invades, he can steal away the camps from Viego. But Warwick is just much much stronger early game. There is no champion that can win Warwick at level one or at that level two mark. But I don't think the Shaco can bring out the same level of damage. So again, I'm happy to be proved wrong. Let's see what Bob has in his mind, and if he's able to create the same level of pressure as his Warwick with this Shaco, denying Preeti Zinta his entire jungle, not letting him take any camp. And there were a whole lot of zeros that we also saw on the objectives, not giving away
Mhm.
even one dragon or grubs with his Warwick if he's able to create the same level of impact with his Shaco also or not.
I think this is the first time we're going to be seeing a Shaco jungle in Legends, and we had seen it previously as a support in the hands of the same man itself, in the hands of Bob when he was playing it bot side instead, supporting alongside with his ADC. But now we get to see a Shaco jungle. The other one in the Legend, who was maybe a guy who plays a lot of Shaco, would be Shaikan, Harry Joshi. But unfortunately, every time he was there, it gets banned out against him. But it looks like JDJ didn't do that much of a homework, maybe not expecting Bob to actually be picking up the jungle role for his team, because he is traditionally their support. So that shows you why that Warwick wasn't banned out, why the Shaco isn't banned out this game. You're giving Bob his favorite picks. He's going to make Preeti Jinta's life a living hell in the jungle, and it's going to be a tough time to like try and bounce back for them. And let's just see how the matchups go. Now you have maybe a guy more comfortable in the top lane matchup in the hands of Mage with the Aatrox, and maybe this time Rook to D4 doesn't feel so much pressure that Shoxicon will be dishing out. The Kai'Sa will be very like hyper scaling also in the end game, so you can't give too much items to him as well. I think you have to be a bit more cautious of how it goes. And let's see how well Fiendish plays as the support with the Milio, right? Because even Vayne and the Kai'Sa have slightly on the lower sides of ranges, so if it matches out really well, if you still sustain in lane, the Vayne is the one who actually gets ahead later on, because you can kite so well, because you get your ultimates as well. You can go invisible within team fights. You can't get caught that easily, but it's up to how Rook to D4 is going to be piloting that champion and how much of a support he will be getting in the early laning phases.
100%. I think that is yet to see. I don't think so. There's going to be a lot of impact, at least in this game. Let's see, with Nazis coming in, with Mel coming in, with Kasa coming in. That maybe we see a more of a scaling game this time, or not in very aggressive game. But I thought very similar with the Orn. But there was a lot of action that was happening in the top between the Kale and Orn. So let's see if we're able to see that same level of excitement in the game two of our evening. This can be one of the last game that we watch, or let's see if it goes to the best of three, and there is one win that JDJ is able to slip away from Revenants.
Yeah, guys, remember, this is the best of three. This is the second game in that series. It's already 1-0 in Revenant's favor. JDJ on the blue side, Revenants on the red side. Nothing of aggro coming in. And like Sinclair said, if Revenants win another game, that will be taking the series 2-0. If JDJ win, they'll be taking us all the way to that ultimate game 3. But like he said, it could be the last game of the series. I think if we can switch up the Aatrox and the Meteor icons, that would be very lovely, Mr. Observer. But other than that, I think it looks pretty fine. Shaco looks to be going the AP build, has taken the Arcane Comet, so we will see an AP Shaco as well as the AP Bell bot side. Let's see how much pressure it can be faced. Nasus is just waiting in his own bush, so is Potato Monster just clapping away with the cape, nothing much actually happening. But yeah, just denying of vision, just keeping boundaries. No one's actually gone for deep vision wards. Yasuo may be looking to go in later on. AK-45 just waiting in this bush. Now we'll be walking up to put down that ward and get some added vision. And you can see that Mage is going to be late to his own lane because he's gone and put a ward as well. But the Nasus will be getting a bit of prio that side. But let's see how this bot lane matchup goes, because the Mel is a lot of poke, especially on a champion like a Vayne who doesn't have the range. It might be a bit too much for Rook to D4.
I am not really sure about that word that the Aatrox have put in, because I don't know what is the level of knowledge and information that is going to give away. I think Shaco is just going to be fine with that word. For that, I think he lost a little bit of lane prior, so a bit of confused with the plan that the Aatrox have. But okay, I think that's not going to create that great impact into the early game, and that he's able to get that trade early with the Nazis, creating that level one priority for himself, trying to push him back into his tower and denying that early stacks. But let's see what kind of a job he's able to do, and if he's able to hold his ground strong against the Nazis early game, denying him any kind of stacking and becoming a monster that he becomes once the stacks come in.
And AK-45 has got the wave pushed in against Free. He did see a sprite nicely under turret, but AK-45 is the one who ended up taking quite a bit of damage in those trades. He lost a bit there, especially with the execution proc from the RE. It could be a bit troublesome later on as you can continue. Both junglers now on the bot side at their other main jungle camps. They had started top, so both going from top to bot side. And I think the bot lane of Shoxicon and Potato Monster have to be a bit more aware, because the ward was placed. They know the jungler can be near the bot side, side of the map, and they have to be a bit careful about how they want to proceed. Everyone still has their summoners up and running about how they want to perform. The stacks of Nasus would be nice to put it out later. AK-45, you're taking a bit too many trades here. Nice flash away from Free from the Q3, prevents it from knocking him up. He flashes forward, the auto attack with electrocution picks up the kill. Just look at this. AK-45 goes in the nice charm, point blank range, connects. Free fast thinking flashes from the Q3, from the tornado, gets the auto attack, gets the electrocution proc, gets the kill. Bob might be in a bit of problem. Deceives over the wall, won't be that much of a threat overall, but first blood going over to the side of Jettfire's dojo.
Yeah, I think that was beautifully played by the RE. Getting that, E in the time, as soon as the Yasuo dashes in with his E, he hits his entire combo, and the electrocutes just helps him secure the kill and get the first blood. I think, Yasuo being a champion, which is very, very comfortable for Free, he knows the limit of the champion, and Ari also being his one of the favorite. He understood the matchup, knew his strengths, takes those trades in his favor and secures the first blood. So I think that's a great start for JDG, at least this game, because I think even after seeing the arcing comment on Shaco, this game that Diego Preeti Zinta will be much, much more happier that he's gonna have a much more peaceful game where he'll get to stack his own jungler. There's the level of aggression coming out from Bob will be much lesser here because he's going to look for the W damage for those placements. Wait, hold that thought. Right now, Yasuo is again 1 HP, standing in the middle with his wind wall, trying to deny any kind of damage that is coming from Ari to secure that kill and is able to walk away. But Viego goes on mid, burns a flash, try to land the W, misses the W. Yasuo just flashes away the W and denies the kill, and it's gonna go back now to the base.
Yeah, top side flash being burned from Mage, mid side AK-45's flash gets burned, but this after Pritijinta flash W forward. Does nice reactions coming in for AK-45 to dodge out on it, but both side waves are getting pushed in time and time again between Shoxikun and Potato Monster over here. Rook to D4 just looks to be getting up some CS. Nice double forward, gets an auto attack onto Kaiser, gets the damage, but the raining down auto attacks from the Mel could be a problem. Free, you don't have a flash, there's not many places you can go. With the help of Bob, they secure that kill. That's going to be AK-45 getting some revenge. Bot side, Shoxikun has to be careful, he's sticking away, but no, the passive of his does pick up that kill. At the end of the day, the silver bolts come in, but it's the Melio who ends up picking up a double kill for his team. It's a 2-1 in their favor. Bob's coming over here, might be looking for a pick, but he deceives over the wall that side. And unfortunately, the kill that Vayne was maybe trying to get onto Kaiser, even he couldn't. It's going to be Miller taking both kills. So Kaiser's going to be a bit more happy about how that outcome went for them and is going to get a kill to his name. But JDJ do secure the feats of warfare with that kill onto the Mel at the end.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of confusion. The Mel went back. Kaiser decides to go in. He knew the limits. I think I'm going to come back to that shortly. Right now, the Nasus at level 6 decides to all in this Aatrox, who is very dive into the tower and is going to dive him into the tower. Decides to
Oh
go
no!
all in. The last order attack, he gets his Q and gets a free stack and a kill for himself, and is also able to live. I actually thought the tower is going to put him down, but no, he's
I thought.
able to walk out with safety. Right now there's some action coming into the bottom, but I think both the jungles are just gonna get chunked out and are going to walk out.
Even I thought Trinity was going to be dying to that last turret shot that was coming into him. I honestly don't know what miraculous he did to survive. We just couldn't see because the mid fight action was also breaking out. Your Viego just about survives over there, but Mage is coming in to help against Bob and AK-45 trying to take the jungle away from Preeti Jinta. Preeti Jinta had to go for back given low HP, so nice timing from Bob to come in over. The clone is deterring as well. Free R's forward, tries to get some picks, but the wind wall prevents the charm from landing. Mage now might be in a bit of trouble. He has to be a bit aware that he is not in the best of spot. Free still coming for the Q lands from him, but Bob picks up the kill onto the Aatrox. And in a turnaround events, Revenants now the ones with the goal lead, with the kill lead, with the 1k margin as well, are doing a fine job. And that's after the blue buff of Preeti Jinta was taking it away. So he's getting denied camps. Bob is doing a fantastic job of being the annoying Shaco that you need to be. And the bot side also not faring that well for JDJ.
The annoying Shaco, I think that's something that we're
Mhm.
going to look out for, madness, because that Shaco is actually going to be very annoying because the level of CC and damage he's going to bring when it comes to objective, setting up that box and setting up that priority is going to be something that we're going to look out for, right? Once in the objective fights, that Shaco is going to be very very annoying, and let's see how it goes for him. He already gets one kill, uh, but this game, JDC is actually holding up the ground pretty well. After the first game, where the difference was almost 5 times into the kill, I think this game has been a bit more even till now at the 9 minute mark for them compared to the game one. The lead is not very significant, just 1.3k gold lead for Revenants as of now. Nothing to be very scary about. Both the teams have great scaling. The Vayne is scaling very hard for the side of JDJ, and the Naz is scaling well for the side of Revenants. Let's see in the late game who is able to create that more pressure and is
Oh,
able to secure the
oh,
win. But
hold
with
that.
that,
On the bot side, we are trying to get onto Pridijit. The ulti comes in for Potato Machine. He's condemned against the wall, condemned to the grey screen essentially. But Kaiser Alts 4 comes in. Miliol comes in to save his own ADC's life. But can that be enough? Can Pridijinta survive over here? No, he is getting the reset. One more auto will be it. And AK-45 dies for his troubles of TPing both side to actually try and make a play. It's going to be Rook to D4 going down, but it's AK-45 that falls. It's Potato Monster that falls. It's Shoxy Kun that falls as well. So it's a 3-for-1 in favor of JDJ.
right, I think if it was the Kaisa, the Yasuo would have, been able to secure good 3 kills, but it wasn't the Kaisa, it was the Viego who transformed again, landed the W, got the
Mhm.
stun, hits another ulti, heals up, and gets a kill for himself. So I think that turned out to be a disaster for Revenants, and JDJ were able to pick up 4 kills for themselves. But with that, still the priority being in the hands of Revenants. Revenants is looking to steal away that first Infernal Drake for them. Shaco has set up his boxes. JDJ has actually decided to go for an invade onto the dragon. They don't want to give away a free dragon. All the members are piling up. They're gonna
Ooh!
go in. The dragon gets steal away. The JDJ steals it, but he gets knocked up and loses his life. I think Viego will be fine with that because he got his Steel Dragon for him. Lot of flashes coming in. Yasuo is looking for that another kill for himself, trying to make it more relevant, but is not able to pick anything for him. And all the members are just going to walk out without any more losses.
And it's very smart. The Viego actually went to the Tribus to actually ult into the pit instead of flash into the pit, so he doesn't get caught by the boxes that were placed by Bob at the backside of Drag Pit and the front side of it as well. So he comes in, gets the steal, pays with his life, but I think he's going to be a bit happy that he does manage to get the kill. Bob, unfortunately, is going to be ruining the day that he stole camps away from Pijinta. But in the meantime, AK-45, clean Yasuo gameplay against RE. RE had Flash as well to maybe get out of it, but chose not to use it. AK-45 is gonna take advantage of the pick up a solo kill, revenge for what Free did to him at that level 2, level 3 mark against his side. So that's going to be Yas picking up a kill now, 3-2 and 2, working up towards the Blade of the Ruin King. The Malignance completed from the RE top side. Pridijinta might be coming in onto turn ready, and now the plan of action comes in. The W does not connect. He's not stunned up in place. The Nasus ults as well. Now comes the Q damage. Pridijinta, you have to be careful. He ults forward, but he's gonna get bonked on the head. Can this Aatrox, can Mage in his ult actually kill Churn Ready? I don't think that's happening. That might be a dead Mage, and that's definitely a dead. He looked like he was AFK at the last point over there, but he ends up going
No, no,
down. The
no.
TP
I
also
think
gets cancelled.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think instead of flash, he pressed TP onto the minion and
Oh
traps
no.
himself, not doing anything, and Nasus gets a free kill. So I think that is what you said made a lot of sense. But you missed out on the mistake. I think you didn't expect him to do that. He ends up pressing a TP onto the CS. He stands straight while the Nasus puts him to death and to sleep. With that, the Nasus that I was talking about is going to be, maybe weaker into the early game, was able to secure 2 kills, 1v2 in the top in early game at just 11-minute mark.
Oh, but look at this trap coming in here from Bob and Potato Monster. They instantly neutralize Findish, but Shoxikun is going to be the one who has to pay the price. Rook to D4 is even coming further, but that's a clone, my dear friend. That's something you can actually fight against. He gets stunned up, even though he tumbled into it. Bob has to be a bit careful. The W does land onto Potato Monster, but here comes AK-45. The flash forward might be enough. The ultimate comes in from the heavens is the death of the Viego. The Bane is definitely going to follow suit. The Ignite's ticking away. Potato Monster with the Q secures that kill. And that's a 3-3 mil, a double kill. And Prio in the bot side for them. They are shifting Shoxikun to the mid over here. Mage might be getting caught out yet again. Churn Ready is going for bong. And I don't think you can do much of that. You're just going to pay the price. I think it can all be summarized just by Lies using the TP gameplay of what is the state of JDJ right now.
I think what looked like a close game two for them has started falling out. The Nasus is already looking like a monster. The Yasuo is also has started to come in clutch, already getting 1v1 kills onto that RE free kills. We saw some very clean plays coming out from inside, getting killing the RE without any much of a sweat. Right, Nasus was able to 1v2. The Kaisa is struggling a bit into game two right now, sitting at 1-3 mark, whereas Vayne looks much more stronger right now. I think this time Shoxi Kun was not able to get one of his comfort pick and is paying a little bit for that, but nothing much lost. I mean, Chuckchicken has gone for the static shift build, a build on Kaiser that I haven't seen in a very long time.
Ooh.
I think shows a little bit of pressure that he has taken under. I think lack of what should I say experience into the Rift, into the tournaments, taking a little bit more pressure. But I think he has Potato with him to guide him through, to tell him what to build next, and he needs to take this game a little bit more calmer because the game has already started slipping towards them.
Oh, AK-45 might be getting caught out. Here comes the element from the Viego. He lands it right squarely onto the fort, but here comes the Q3. The tornado lands, but the free with the charm prevents the Viego from falling down. That was a bit of a messy fight. Looked like AK-45 was turning it around with the double Q3 knock up with his tornado, but no, free with a very nicely timed charm prevents the death of his teammate, prevents the death of himself, picks up the kill onto AK-45. And we're talking about the static shape. I think in nice terms we call it the mosquito build at this point. It just tickles at this point. I can stay way better. The U does way better, I think so at least. But yeah, produce by side, maybe guiding him now further on as well. It goes on. Churn really has not died in 2 games combined till now, by the way. He's had 0 deaths in the first game, 0 deaths in the second game as of now. Finally, JDJ are answering with some jungle objectives. They are looking to be picking up the Hextech this time. That they're so far behind in gold. That's an objective bounty, right? Because they are 4K behind. And because of Preeti Jinta's nice steal before, they have 2 Drakes to the name, while Revenants have none.
I that is very very true. I think even after all the leads this time, they don't have leads priority when it comes to the jungle objective, especially losing both the dragons. And yes, the Yasuo played that really well. That tornado, I mean, that tornado was so interesting getting, and two-man ult. I was so excited about him going 1v2 and getting both the kills, but in the end gets charmed by the RE, gets CC'd and dies. I think that was well played by AK-47, but could not execute the end well for himself there. I think in this game too, a lot of dominance just coming out of which from Charan. Charan playing beautifully even in the game two, not going down, getting that level of aggression that he also showed with his on even better onto the Nazis. Now I think I get it why JDG banned this Nazis in the game one, because in this game two, this Nazis looks like an absolute monster. I think if he joins a team fight at this moment, can be the winning point, that winning damage that is missing for Revenants as of now. So I think this game is going to highly depend on Nazis, and if that Vayne doesn't get fed, if she cannot shut down that Nazis, he's going to become an absolute monster and is going to close the game to for a win for his team.
Absolutely, as you're talking about it, the pork now completed for Yasuo, another cloak of agility. Bob just stealing away camps from PTG. They can just look and just see that they're going out. He's just a spectator as they're going away. Free might be walking a bit of trouble. Heads into the box, gets stunned up, locked up, feared away. Mel comes in. Yasuo is the one who picks up the kill. and Free goes down for the third time. What looked like a really good start to his game with his Aryan Force is not turning out as much as he wants. The W lands onto Potato Monster, so does the soccer ball, the football, but I don't think anything else is going to happen elsewhere. The boxes of Bob are now beginning to distract. They do a lot of damage given that he's the AP build as well. And if you don't neutralize them, if you're not aware of them, if you don't have your sweepers, you might fall into these kind of certain trap plays. You can't just be blindly walking into your jungle. You can't be face checking them whatsoever. Charn Reddy's even come in to join the action. He has no problem whatsoever. Vayne's gonna get slowed down, has to condemn the Nasus to run away. Fiendish is taking quite a bit of damage. But now Vayne channels the ultimate. Does she want to walk a bit further? It doesn't look like the Void Seeker lands onto the melee. AK-45 against Preeti Jinta on the bot side. Level 13 versus level 11. I don't think you won this, Preeti Jinta. I don't think you win it, but Free is close by. Maybe with that, it can change in your favor. But Yasuo also recognizing the danger is in. It's going to back away and slow down the game while Revenants maintain that 5.5k goal lead.
100%. I think in game, this game is still open for both the teams. I mean, even with the 6K lead, I think there's still lot more possibilities that JDJ has. It doesn't look like a decided match yet. So let's see what is their strategy going to be because of that. If that Vayne scales up and gets still the right level of feel that Milio can provide, that Etrox can provide, right, can still take over this game because Vayne has the potential to solo carry games. I think Aatrox is walking on truth and Nazis who's two level above and is 4-0 for some reason, not respecting the level of damage he can do. He has done 1v2 before, again taking out so much damage, ignoring the whole team, but this time all four members are in the top. He takes away the kill onto the Viego, he takes away the kill to the Aatrox, but gets shut down finally by the win. I think that is not the person that he will look forward to give the gold away to. But even in against 1v4, Charan Reddy was able to kill two member of JDG very easily. Beautifully played by him there.
And because he dragged so many members to the top side and came out pretty much on top as well, Atakan is free for the taking for Revenants. There's going to be no answer for JDJ. They are too far behind in terms of tempo of actually making any attempt to come here. That's why you see them spreading out more across the map right now. But this is a really big Susan right now. 6-1 and 1. Trinity completed. The Frozen Heart completed as well. Bob is also Leandri's Blackfire. The Shield Bow and the Borg for the Yasuo. The bot side, the Kaiser still slightly lacking behind. The Vayne doesn't have the Ginsus like Vayne has already completed, but that might be an issue later on. If Vayne can't kite well, it might be a problem. AK-45, do you recognize the danger you are in? I don't think you do. You are in no man's land. You have to flash to get away across the wall after using a tornado to deter members for it. I think he thought because he had boxes close by, that's enough for him to leave, but now it might be Mage the one getting caught up. He channels the ultimate, trying to go on to Churn Ready, trying to go on to Potato Monster, but the rest of the team is here. Churn Ready took you guys on 1v4. What do you guys expect in a 4v4 fight? You have to run away, and that's exactly what Mage is doing. Nice charm connects though from Free. Preeti Shoxikun gets eliminated. Preeti Jinda gets a reset, but the ultimate from Mel gets the kill onto the Viego, but there are low HP bars from Revenant side. Bob and AK-45 against Free on this side. He has to burn the flash to run away, but the Q from the Yasuo claims the kill. Here's a rooted up Rook to D for Mage. After dying, has TP'd back into this fight. No, I think he had even survived at the end of it, but he's going to get withered away. He can't run too fast. He's going to get locked up by Potato Monster. Churn Ready is going to walk for one more bonk, might be enough. That box placement might be phenomenal, but it gets instantly destroyed by Rook to D4, allows Mage to walk out of it, but they've lost a lot of members in that fight. Preeti Hinda will be coming up. They're still chasing Bob, but Churn Ready is waiting just in that bush. But they do have vision, they do have a ward. They have to be aware of what can be happening onto them. The shield gets popped by Rook to D4 just to survive. Here comes the poison dagger from the backside of Bob into there. I think this is opening for the Drakes because resets have to come in for the Meteor, resets have to come in for the Vayne, and I think this is a free Drake going over to Revenants, and they're first of the game, mind you.
100%. I think they were tired of giving away any kind of dragon. This time, Viego is not even going to look to steal this. He's taking his jungle on the top. He's fine to give away one dragon for the side of Revenants, as he already has two. So I think that was a fine decision coming out from the team. But yes, that fight looked close. With the win standing till the last second, already having the going, so already having the Borg for himself, was able to take out so much damage there. But even Charan Reddy doing so much damage with, I think, the amount of stacks that he has, that we're not able to see it as of now. But I think about three auto, I mean, Qs he was able to melt down. But AK-45 also gets caught again. He's very deep in to the top without any backups, and they are able to take him down very easily. Another kill going in the hand of Viego, making him 4 and 5.
That's a 4 and 5 Viego. He is now getting some kills to his name. He's the one with the most kills on his team alongside Vayne. Brook TD for doing way better job on Vayne than he did last time on the other ADC he was playing in game 1. He's doing fantastic here. Now Shoxikun has completed the Ginsu's Rage Blade, but you can already see the Vayne walking up to the terminus as well. I think the Mosquito build not coming into the fact that you want on Shoxikun. He's 1-4-2 unfortunately after the MVP performance in game 1. AK-45 has stepped up, but he has died almost the same amount of times he has killed the opponents. Bob is deathless. Churn ready after that 1v4 top side. Did pick up 2 kills, did end up falling down. That's his first death in both games combined. But I think this Shaco is going to continue annoying. Potato Monster might get caught out of it, instantly backs away. So he sees the Viego jump in to his, adjacent area, gets away from any kind of, trouble. But talking about gold wise, that 5k goal lead, already the 6k goal lead being maintained by Revenants right now, 18 kills to 11. They have one Drake, they have three Grubs, they have the Atakan picked up, and I think they're going to be happy about all the numbers that they're going on for them. I think it's going to be a tough time for JDJ to climb back. They have to play it front to back properly. The Jvain has to kite, the resets have to come in for Preeti Jinta, and Churn Reddy is not the guy you need to be focusing in these fights.
No, I think Charan Reddy needs to be focused. Honestly, man, is, I mean, with the Kasa being that behind, and Shako is gonna look, more to. He will want the other team to play more around his boxes, but Charan Reddy is just pressing Ghost with, as fed as he is running down and doing so much damage even after being the tank that he is. Right, so I think the Veen has to melt down that Nazis. If he doesn't, they're gonna punish for it. But let's see what the plan is. The boxes are already been set up for the Shako. He will want them to come in, engaging for the Baron. Let's see if they fall for it. That's just the clown walking in, want to proc it in the middle. The Chun ready joins the fight, doing that amount of damage to now to the Milio. Already presses 2Q. Milio is very very low. The tower is still on, doing so much damage at the same time. Vayne is getting some free hits into the middle to the team. Jiasu goes low, Nazas goes low, Mel goes low. Let's see if they'll be able to just pick up the tower and go back here. Shako is still trying to go deep inside, trying to place that box, is waiting for JDG to fall for the traps, to walk in them and take a bunch of damage on them.
Yeah, but I don't think we anything else happens. Nasus was taking quite a bit of it early on. They were trying to focus him as well, but I think the Baron should be on the books, and JDJ should have inklings of what is happening. There is a far side of alteration for the Vayne to even check on this halfway through the progress, but Baron has definitely been started. This can be a bait for the. This can be them just trying to take it completely for themselves. Vayne's very far away from the fight, though. I don't think you can actually walk in as JDJ over here. You can maybe go for miraculous steal, but the box very avoided by Mage. He walked on the peripheral of it. Bob going forward with the E tries to get him down. The charm does land. The Q lands from free, but I don't think that's enough. Churn ready. Look at the big dog. He's coming from the side. Phoenix loses half his HP part. One Q, another Q, and I think one more. That should be his death. Exactly. It took exactly 3 Qs from this Nasus to kill that Milio, and he's still very taggy. He's still walking away pretty fine. Mage might even end up falling now. That's exactly what happens. The sorry, Churn ready just walks up yet again. AK-45 on the backside doing a lot of damage. Potato Monster should fall down to the turret, but it is an execute. Bob versus Preeti Jinta top side. Preeti Jinta instantly deleting the Shako. Bob not being aware of the amount of damage that can come out. Preeti Jinta is burning. He might end up dying, and that's exactly what happens. So that's a trader kill. So that's an ace for the side of Revenants. They lost Bob, they lost Potato Monster, but now they can freely walk in, take this tier 3, take that inhibitor, and move on for the next Drake as well.
I mean, they have the Baron in their side. I think they're gonna look, with the dead diamonds, still about 8 seconds on the Vayne that is yet to come up. They're gonna look to secure two inhibitors at least here, because the Nasus is walking up with the amount of Q damage that he has. He's just gonna hit one Q to the tower, and the tower is gonna go down. So I think with that they were able to secure two middle, two towers, tier three towers, and just one inhibitor for them, and they just backed up to take away the whole jungle of Viego, denying him that red, and are going to look for another ocean soul for them, because if they are able to get that ocean soul for them, this Nasus is not going to die. The level of damage he already has, I think he's building up tank, and is also going to get that healing from the ocean soul. That'll give him lot longer sustain. With that, I think there has been some kind of disconnection or lag, because of which there has been a pause into the game by one of the members, and we are going to find out what the issue is very shortly. But this game, what do you think, Madness? How long is it going to take to end? And is there any possibility for JDG left to come back into this game, or is this game done?
It's kind of looking like it's done, because just look at the stacks. I think Nasus has been. Can't see it, right? But the Q damage took exactly 3 Qs for Milio to die, and all that happens. But guys, we will be coming back to the action. Just before that, we'll take a short break before we resume the game.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm gonna win. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not the.
Guys, we are back with the action. This is Legends and South Asia. It's me, Madness, alongside Singla. We are in the midst of game 2, which is looking like it's going to be the last game of the night because of the prowess that Revenants is showing against JDJ. They don't honestly have an answer for JDJ's side. Churn Reddy's been stacked up quite a bit. Bob is also pretty phenomenal in damage. Free will also be hitting away, but how much can this man do? Viego's trying to get the resets, but this Drake can't be answered. This Drake is a free Drake for Revenants. It's going to be their second of the game. At least this time, the jungle objectives weren't just one-sided, were they, Singla?
Yeah, I'm happy to see. There's some dragons this time in this side of JDG. Yeah, but the game is not over till the game is over. But at this time, this dog, Charan Reddy looks really really massive, and there is no answer for him at this moment. He's just gonna press R, gonna press that ghost, and he's gonna run down and end this game. They already have the Baron also for themselves. Two towers and two inhibitors falling. So actually, this can be the end for Revenants until unless they do not do any kind of a big mistake here.
Yeah, if they don't make any big mistakes, this should be the end. If they just walk it in at this point, it should not be that much of a problem. But let's see what happens. They have walked away. Charan Reddy is chasing Vigo down to the ends of the earth on the other side of your screens, as you can see over there. He's just not letting him live. He's like, no, bro, you are coming with me. You are going to end up going down. There is no chance whatsoever you survive. But on this side, Mage ends up falling down. Here comes the DP in from the Nasus. Here comes the rest of the squad. It should be GG at this point. I don't think there should be any answers. This looks like JDJ still sitting at the 2 points. Revenants taking all three if this is walked in here. Bob gets charmed. He's going to take quite a bit of damage. He might end up going down, but no. His team is there for the backup. Fiendish has had nightmares about Nasus at this point because Nasus is just walking in and just queuing. Look at them. He's walking into their base. He does not care. And even then, he just about ends up falling down. You get a root, nicely lands on to Preeti Jinta, who had transformed into Nasus, but you can't do the same thing Charan Reddy does on that champion. Everybody's falling down. Free is trying to kite as much as he can, but the Q3 plus the ultimate, the tornado from AK-45 is the death of the Ari. The Milio follows suit. The Nexus is also at 0. That's Revenants taking this best of 3 against Jettfire Dojo in a 2-0 fashion and taking all 3 points for themselves.
That was some bloodbath coming in. There was no answer for that level of damage that was coming out of Revenants. If you see in the last fight, the Shaco box just blasted. I mean, the ult just got blasted and killed that Aatrox. That Aatrox was already struggling, was only on. Finished the second item, had the static, but still goes down 0-7. Had a very, very hard game, but I don't blame him. I think Charan did a fantastic job. Even at level 6, he knew his champion, he knew the limits. He walks into the turret, kills that Aatrox, and shows him who the better player is and what he has for the rift. Charan Reddy taking out the level of damage. Kaisa struggled a bit, but in the end, uh, it was a very, very one-sided, easy win for the side of Revenants and ended the game at 30 minutes mark.
I think Rook to D4 did a way better job than game one. Even Preeti Jinta was stepping up, but like you said, the Aatrox was killless. Free, unfortunately, after his first blood, couldn't do much for his team, was getting caught out a bit. He did face check here and there again, ends up going down. Revenants pick up yet another victory, definitely securing their third place spot, and they are looking like they are a team to be reckoned with when we go on. AK-45's name is just AK-45 over here on the screen, so I think that's a bit of a glitch. But other than that, we got to see Bob Shaco. That was a very good thing to see. I really enjoyed it. And we were talking a lot in game one, why ban a Nasus, right, in a high level game. But I think we got our answer why this Nasus was banned out, right? Game two, Charan Reddy, a completely different beast, comes in, just whack-a-moles with his opponents. He does a 4v1 where he gets 2 kills out of it. I don't think you can do much after that point. And you let him get to the stacks, you let him get to a point where he's going to be so strong, there's nothing much you can do after that.
No, 100%. I think kudos to Charan Reddy for the level of dominance that he brought in this game. There was so much time and efforts invested onto him, but there was nothing that they could do against Charan. Charan just killed the team JDG 4v1 and was able to secure 2 kills. I think the Veen was just able to come in time. Already was fed, had some gold onto him, and was able to secure a kill for himself, because otherwise if it was not the Vayne, I think he would have been able to do much more, because he was able to kill the Milio in just 3 Qs, and there is no CD for Q in the late game. So yeah, I think hats off to the whole team. I think whole team did a wonderful job, and they showed why they're the top 3 teams that have been qualified for this tournament and are going to go ahead. I think with this game, our top 3 spots have been more or less been finalized. There should not be much changes into the ranking, but we are yet to find out who our 4th team is going to be, and the fight is still open for that mark.
Yeah, even though Legends Ascent is pretty much a tournament of some upsets we've seen here and there, today's results were as predicted. A 2-0 for Kakao Gaming, a 2-0 for Revenants. Unfortunately, Poro Patrol and JDJ not being able to pick up any points for themselves. So a bit of domination from the top side of the table, showing you guys why they have been sitting at there for so long. Only just below SCDUL right now, who have not dropped a single series. So that's the domination you're expected to be if you want to make the top 4 of Legends Ascent, the kind of teams that will be there, will be high. Like you said, the fourth place is still up for grabs between a lot of teams because the point distribution is maybe 1 point or 2 point difference between the fourth and seventh place, and there are 2 games left for each of them to play. Let's see how well they do it. And guys, this was the week 5 day 3, right? We have one more week coming up. Currently on the next week, that will be the last one before playoffs. That's where we actually see what the final leaderboard looks like, what the final 4 teams actually will be, and who will actually be making off with the majority of that prize pool money in the top side. But as of today, it was just unfortunate for the side of you call Jettfire's Dojo. They didn't, look that synergized. They didn't have that many good plays coming in. The picks were not there. The first game, it looked a bit disastrous. The second game, they were fighting for quite some time, but after one point, it just Revenants who took over. It was the Susan, the top lane that took over, was just marching it down. And I think there was no problem whatsoever, except maybe Shoxy-kun's mosquito build. Everything except that was pretty nice.
I think sure, but Shoxy was the substitute who came in but did his job. With that, game two. With that, we summarize our game two with a 2-0 win. The game two ends in a 30 minutes mark with 28 kills for Revenants to 14 for JDG, which is a much better sign from the game one. 64k gold to 50k gold with a 14k gold surplus. They are able to win 11 towers for 0 given away. 2 dragons that was split between both the teams. Great steal coming out of Viego, knowing where the box of Shaco is, and that was something very exciting to watch. One Baron, one Drift Herald, and 3 Grubs and an Atakan going in the side of Revenant, and nothing for JDG.
Nothing does go for JDG, and your MVP of game 2 of this best of 3 series is going to be Charan Reddy, 8, 2, and 7 on the KDA mark, 1063 damage per minute, 77.1 CS per minute, doesn't matter, but the stacks were coming in, the bonks were coming in from the big dog in the top lane. There's a reason it was banned against him game 1. They didn't do it game 2, and they paid the price pretty heavily. He could call so many members just to come and match him. At one point, it was 4 people who had to match him. They lose Atakan because of it, and he was a very crucial member of it. I think you can even say 8-1-7 because at the end, it was him just pretty much fountain diving over there, gives up the other death, and the solo actual death that happened to him was in that 4v1 situation where he still manages to pick up 2 kills for himself. But I think overall on the day coming over here, I think we have a bit of slight change in photos because that is not Charan Reddy's photo, that is Sam's photo there on the left. But Charan Reddy is your head-to-head winner because, mind you, over 2 games, he's only died twice overall. He died, and that was just this first game. He was deathless on the Ornpriti Jinta. A bit of a tough time. He's known as the captain of Jettfire's Dojo. Couldn't come up to the mark that he needed to, at least of today. 7-14-7 in his KDA, but Charan Reddy's is nice. 13-2 and 23. This huge KPA numbers plus only 2. That means that you have done a huge and tremendous job in this matchup. 16.8k damage to the 24.4k. There's not that much difference. It's a jungler against mostly a top laner, and the goal also the jungler will be getting more. But you're doing your job so well for your team. Charan Reddy, you take a bow because I think you have played it really well. As long as the rest of your members, as long as the rest of Revenants has done as well. But take us to the table over here, Singla.
Yeah, I think the table is as we discussed. SATO being the top team without any losses at all in this tournament till now. Kakao at the second spot, losing just 1 game again. SATO Revenants after today's game that we saw is at the spot 3, losing just 2 games against I think Kakao and SATO. So the first top 3 teams have been finalized with 18, 17, and 16 points. Right now, the fight for the fourth spot is between Syndicate, Suvo Haters, and Poro Patrol and PNX Ascension. Actually, the point difference right now between the teams are very, very minor. It's 9-8-8-7. So there's a tie between Suvo Haters and Poro Patrol when it comes to the points. So let's see who is going to take away that fourth spot is something we're going to look after for. And RPG and Jettfire are out of this tournament already. Jettfire having only 2 points for themselves in this tournament till now.
Yeah, and that's going to be the conclusion of week 5, day 3 over here. Nicely put this thing about the points. Like between 4 to 7, this is just a 2 point difference you can make as you go. I think RPG and Jettfire Dojo and a couple of them at the bottom, honestly, at this point, they cannot make it to the point they need to, and they can't even lock in that many because they don't have that many more opportunities that will be coming for them. I think the burden falls on Shuvo haters to actually make it through because they have 1 game left while Syndicate and the other teams that are close by have 2 games left in totality, right? So Shuvo haters definitely have to get most of their points, and I think they're against Revenants, which will be a very tough battle over there. Try to get any points, especially after you see the dominant performance they put on today. So this is going to be an uphill battle for Shuvo haters if they want to make it. Syndicate is looking also like a favorite for the 4th place, as well as PNX Ascension, PS Ascension over there. But it is looking like anything can happen. We are going to have a pretty hectic roller coaster week 6 at the end of the day to decide which teams will be making the playoffs. 3 of them have pretty much been decided. The 4th place is the one that has to happen about what you're actually going to be looking at as we take a look at what else can happen. But guys, this has been week 5, day 3, end of week 5. It's been me, Mattis, alongside Singla, but the action doesn't stop. Next weekend we will be bringing you the last of the league stage, so please tune in for that, and we'll see you guys next Friday.
regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.